My entire family, no matter where you are, thank you for your love and support. Now, thank y'all. Now, 2025 was a year of recovery. The past year tested our resolve to recover. Hurricanes Helene and Milton left their mark on our homes, our businesses, our infrastructure, and our sense of security. Our families and neighborhoods faced disruption and uncertainty. But storms do not define St. Petersburg. How we recover defines who we are. Over the past year, we've continued the hard work of recovery, accelerating infrastructure repairs, strengthening our stormwater systems, restoring public facilities, and supporting residents and small businesses in rebuilding stronger than before. We've moved with urgency, but also with intention, knowing that resilience is not simply about restoring what was, it is about preparing for what lies ahead. We're investing in smarter infrastructure, modernizing our systems, hardening our facilities, and building a city that can meet future challenges while continuing to thrive. These challenges have also reminded us what makes St. Petersburg exceptional. It is neighbor helping neighbor. It's community, faith-based, and business organizations stepping up to support recovery efforts. It's partners delivering critical resources. It's our city employees working tirelessly and innovating to meet new challenges. And it's collaboration with our local, state, and federal partners. That spirit of shared responsibility, that unity of purpose is key and is our greatest strength as we recover. As we continue in 2026, the state of our city is strong, resilient, and focused on continued progress. We are not just recovering, we are investing strategically and intentionally in our 5 pillars: housing opportunities for all, neighborhood health and safety, environment, infrastructure, and resilience, equitable development, the arts and business opportunities, and education and youth opportunities. Our commitment to principled and inclusive progress is part of our DNA. It's who we are. As our city grows and evolves, we will continue to plan and act in ways that ensure that everyone can participate in and benefit from that progress. And when we face challenges, and we will, whether storms in the Gulf or the political storms of inequity, misinformation, and political agendas, we will face those threats directly with facts, strategy, action, and perseverance. As a city, we rise, we rebuild, we invest, and we move forward together. We continue to work according to our guiding principles of governance, which include in-touch leadership, inclusive governance, innovative solutions, information-based decision-making, intentional equity, impactful service delivery. These guiding principles, along with our pillars for progress, set the framework for everything that our city does. Our planning, our budgeting, and operations reflect these principles and pillars, and our commitment to equity is foundational to our work. I want to thank our leadership team and team members for embracing our principles and pillars for progress. And as I share a few examples of the progress we made in 2025 and this year in each pillar, you'll also hear directly from some of our residents. First, housing opportunities for all. Safe, affordable housing strengthens families, improves neighborhoods, and benefits the entire city. We remain committed to expanding housing access through innovative programs that help residents find, maintain, and afford their homes amid rising costs. In 2025, 434 multifamily affordable workforce units, 122 accessory dwelling units, and 24 affordable homes were completed, while 189 affordable townhomes were in development on city-owned land. St. Petersburg became the first city in Florida to adopt the Yes in God's Backyard provision, empowering faith-based organizations to use underutilized land to expand affordable housing opportunities. Through targeted assistance, prevention efforts, and strategic investments, the city helped residents gain or maintain stable, affordable housing and remain safely in their homes. And the city's Codes Compliance Assistance Program helped property owners address safety hazards, while our strategic investments in property dispositions expanded housing opportunities, supported first-time buyers, and strengthened the city's capacity to deliver future affordable and workforce housing. Now let's hear from Gabrielle Wilson, who benefited from our Housing Opportunities for All plan.
Before I got to Whispering Pines, I was actually in the process of being evicted from my apartment in Largo. I had just lost my child care and then I lost my job, so we were kind of scrambling to figure out what our next steps were gonna be. I first heard about Whispering Pines from an outreach center that I went to in Clearwater to try to help with my eviction. Whispering Pines has been one of the best things that has helped my life within these last few years. There is so much help from the people here. You never feel alone. You never feel stranded. You always have someone to talk to, always have someone to work through your problems with. So I'm very grateful for that. It's given me an opportunity to work on myself and become someone that I can be proud of, someone that my kids can be proud of. They've given me the opportunity to go back to school. I should be graduating next year, so I'm really excited about that. And I don't think that any of that would have been possible without affordable housing. There's just so much help in this city. There's so many people that care about people and families that are going through a rough time. Go to outreach centers, call 411, anyone that you need to speak with. There is so much help out here for us. You just have to find it.
Thank you, Gabrielle. The exceptional dedication, expertise, and innovation of our housing team are fundamental to the success of these programs. We sincerely thank Administrator Amy Foster, Dr. Avery Sliker, Mark Van Loo, and the entire team for their unwavering commitment to this critical pillar of progress. Where are y'all? All right. Next up is education and youth opportunities. Investing in our children, especially through arts and sciences, makes our community stronger and more vibrant. It sparks curiosity and creates pathways of discovery that benefit our youth and our city's future. My administration prioritizes this commitment, reflected in our continued investment in innovative youth programs and partnerships to prepare them for success and build our future workforce. St. Pete Libraries rolled out the St. Pete Bookmobile, our traveling library, and reopened the much-anticipated and much-loved President Barack Obama Main Library. Y'all need to applaud that. Where's Jeffries? You ought to have him fired up. What's going on? The city and USF St. Petersburg collaborated to create the first ever Camp Bullseye for middle and high school students. There you go. And for the second year, St. Pete Fire Rescue hosted Camp Ignite, empowering teenage girls through hands-on fire and EMS training. The Early Learning Literacy Guide connected more than 1,000 St. Pete families to free literacy tools and support. And city libraries engaged nearly 18,000 youth through reading, play, and learning activities. The city expanded learning opportunities and helped children and youth thrive in and out of the classroom with programs like the RISE pilot program, the Community Impact Youth Summer Enhancement Initiative, and City of the Arts grants. Our police department, the best in the nation, expanded programs like the Youth Champions Initiative and Forward Together, designed to empower youth leaders, promote safety, break the cycle of generational crime, and strengthen pathways to future careers. Parks and recreation. It starts in parks. Okay, I've said it. I've said it. Provided safe, engaging spaces where teens could connect, explore interests, and build skills through art, sports, culture, and technology. Last year, we launched the new Friday Night Teen Flex that rotates around the city's rec centers. Way past my bedtime, but I hear it's going very well. TASCO, Teen Arts, Sports, and Cultural Opportunities expanded youth engagement before and after school programs, enriched over 3,600 students with learning and skills. And the city began a 5-year partnership with the USF College of Marine Science for the Clam Bayou Marine Education Center. To reduce childhood homelessness and support young people during critical transitions, the city created targeted programs that promote housing stability and long-term opportunity, investing $260,000 in the Childhood Homelessness Project and $1 million in ARPA funds for youth opportunity grants. And now, And now we'll hear from one of those recipients, Melina Serrano, a recipient of the Youth Opportunity Grant.
About a year ago, I was in some financial straits and really struggling with some personal hardships in my life, with just relationships and lack of support. I signed up for these emails and all these newsletters like a year ago, and I got an email about the Youth Opportunity Grant. It kind of was a design to support foster youth. You get a $500 stipend for 12 months, no questions asked, no strings attached. It just gave me that confidence in myself that even if I was going to have like a lack of income, I always had that to rely on, no matter what was going on. And I was able to save it for a new vehicle. It showed me that with the right follow through and the right discipline, that it can change your outcome. It's very important for a lot of the foster youth and underprivileged to have that chance to just be believed in. The goals that you have aren't just going to be dreams anymore. You can actually see the possibilities because you have your whole team there with you and you have the funding to support it.
Thank you, Melina. We're continuing our investments to empower youth for the workforce and career opportunities. As y'all know, I'm so proud of the work our team has done with the Mayor's Future Ready Academy, an innovative job training program providing full-time pay, benefits, and hands-on training in city departments. So far, 45 cadets have graduated from the program since the first cohort in spring 2024. Of the 45 who have graduated, 28 have received full-time positions with the city. And the fifth cohort began February 2nd. If you're a current or former cadet in the Mayor's Future Ready Academy, please stand so you can be recognized. Thank you all. We're proud of you. Thank you. I want to thank our entire team under Administrator Rob Gertis, HR Director Chris Guella, Faith Silver, Latanya Barnes, and all of the participating team members, administrators, and departments, and mentors for this incredible program that provides real career opportunities in public service and helps meet our need to fill important jobs in the city. Next is neighborhood health and safety. Safe and healthy neighborhoods are the heart of a strong city. The city's commitment to neighborhood well-being includes investments in public safety, community health, and neighborhood resources to create neighborhoods where everyone can thrive. Our team continued their focused work to make our neighborhoods healthier and safer. Total crime in general was down 16% in 2025. Also, that's worth a hand. Also, in 2025, St. Pete recorded the lowest number of homicides since I was 3 years old, since 1967. Unfortunately, that number was 10 homicides. Targeted infrastructure investments, improved street safety, expanded walking and biking options made it easier for residents to move through their neighborhoods. These investments include 5 pedestrian safety projects near the Innovation District, updates to the neighborhood traffic calming program, new sidewalks, protected bike lanes and trail connections, earning us the official designation of a trail town by the Florida Department of Environmental Protection last month. Focused investments like our police department's Home for the Holidays initiative and expanded drone operations, plus 3 new high water rescue vehicles for the St. Pete Fire Rescue. Thank you, Chair Hanowitz and Council, for that. Strengthened public safety, improved emergency response, and helped to protect our residents. The Office of Community Impact advanced resident-focused initiatives and addressed longstanding barriers to financial stability by securing a $100,000 grant to engage residents and gather community-driven data on financial empowerment needs. Through the Opioid Supports Grants Program, targeted investments expanded life-saving outreach by distributing more than 6,700 doses of Narcan, connecting more than 4,000 people to care. We strengthened safety nets for seniors, vulnerable residents, and people experiencing homelessness with our allocation of $100,000 for Meals on Wheels and $1.5 million to agencies to prevent homelessness and support individuals and families experiencing housing instability. Community-led initiatives included 24 community cleanups, which removed 50 tons of trash from streets, parks, and public spaces, and investments like the 900 newly installed storm drain placards keep neighborhoods clean and protect local waterways. Resident engagement and leadership development efforts, including the annual Mayor's Neighborhood Summit, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Community Service mini-grants, and our ongoing Word with Welch gatherings and City Hall on Tour series, strengthen neighborhood connections, keeping us in touch and empowering communities to shape St. Pete's future. Partnerships with AARP and FitLot and healthy living programs like Healthy St. Pete, Get Fit St. Pete, and the Sunshine Mind Project expanded access to mental health support, fitness opportunities, and critical resources for more than 10,000 residents of all ages. Investments in Safe Summer Fridays and the Avara Health Partnership and the Community Food Grant Program expanded safe spaces, dental health services, and supported programs that help St. Pete youth grow, thrive, and stay connected. And targeted recovery funding helped residents rebuild. Rapid resolution funding provided over $60,000 to 29 residents for critical needs such as rent and utility payments, helping prevent eviction and displacement. And through contributions totaling more than $1 million made to the We Are St. Pete Fund, more than 200 residents and 20 small businesses received direct financial support to recover from the hurricane. And now we'll hear from Estella Padron, who received assistance through the We Are St. Pete Fund.
Last year, Milton was really, really bad. Even though I wasn't home, I know there was Milton damage almost everywhere. I wasn't really sure of, the condition of my roof. To find out that yes, there was damage, I let my insurance company know what happened. So I did the paperwork with them. They were able to help me, like half of what the cost was. I said, well, I don't think this is enough money to fix my roof. That was really a terrible feeling because I'm thinking, okay, finding out that I was only gonna get half of what the damage cost, I said, oh, wow, I just feel kind of devastated because I say, there's no way I can afford it. I heard on the news that the city of St. Pete had funds for Milton's damage for homeowners. So I thought, oh, wow, well, this is an answer to my prayers because I didn't know which way to go. So then I applied to the city of St. Pete, and the process was wonderful. Before you know it, they say, yes, you're approved, so they started the process on getting my roof done. I'm just very thankful for all the work that the city is doing in not only my situation, but everyone else, and that makes the everyone to kind of love St. Pete because it's such a good city. It's been a blessing to me and my family, and I'm very thankful for.
Thank you, Estella. Next is the Environment, Infrastructure, and Resilience pillar. The hurricanes of 2024 provided a powerful lesson on the need to invest in building a stronger city, a city with infrastructure built to handle the new challenges presented by our changing climate, including historic storm surge levels, record rain events, and increased tidal flooding. Over the past year, the city significantly advanced our commitment to environmental stewardship, resilient infrastructure, and long-term sustainability. Strategic investments in stormwater and coastal protection, coupled with forward-thinking planning, have made considerable strides to make us a more resilient community. To respond more effectively to climate challenges, the city accelerated resilience planning while working directly with neighborhoods most impacted by the storms. The city launched SPAR, the St. Pete Agile Resilience Plan, fast-tracking infrastructure projects and advancing more than $545 million in long-term budgeted investments to deliver protection sooner and strengthen long-term resilience. The Resilient St. Pete Neighborhood Pilot Project engaged residents in 9 flood-prone neighborhoods, combining listening sessions, walking tours, and hands-on workshops to better understand local flooding issues. The city prioritized repairing key facilities and strengthening infrastructure to better protect residents and prepare for the future storms that are inevitable. 89 resilience and infrastructure projects were completed, delivering more than $47 million in improvements while coming in $5.7 million under budget time. Storm-related repairs advanced steadily across major city facilities, with projects at Tropicana Field, Bear Creek Canal, Lake Vista Recreation Center, 5th Avenue North Seawall, Eden Island Seawall, and Al Lang Stadium, all completed within budget. Critical infrastructure hardening continued at water and wastewater facilities, including elevating electrical equipment and installing flood barriers at the Northeast Water Reclamation Facility and Lift Station 85. And we launched major flood mitigation projects in some of the most storm-vulnerable areas, including Basin C improvements, pump station upgrades, lake enhancements, and new backflow preventer installations, with additional projects scheduled to begin in this fiscal year. We're also using new technology to help residents better understand flood risk and make informed decisions about their homes and neighborhoods. The city launched Prepare St. Pete, an easy-to-use online mapping tool that allows residents and businesses to view flood zones, evacuation areas, and other critical information in one place. We are also focused on helping residents recover, stabilize their homes, and reduce future risks. We invested $4.5 million in disaster relief and housing stabilization, launched a private lateral lines program for sewer lateral inspection and repair rebates, and completed an advanced metering infrastructure pilot for faster post-storm leak detection. The city also improved how residents and visitors move through our city by investing in transportation improvements. We converted 15 traffic signals in West St. Pete to real-time smart signals. We secured over $20 million in state funding for downtown's 3rd and 4th Streets two-way conversion, and expanded shared scooter options, which resulted in over 275,000 trips with vendor fees reinvested in citywide infrastructure. We modernized key facilities for better efficiency, sustainability, and reliable public services, especially during emergencies, including upgraded fleet facilities, a new laboratory at the Water Resource Department complex, and construction of the new Benjamin F. Shirley Sr. building at the Joseph E. Savage Sanitation Complex, which consolidates sanitation department operations and serves as an emergency operations sub-center. Parks and Recreation continue to preserve natural spaces, enhance parkland, and incorporate environmentally friendly practices that protect habitats and improve quality of life for our residents. The city acquired additional parkland to expand green spaces at Puryear Park, Harbordale Park, and Bartlett Park. These expansions enhance recreational opportunities, provide more space for residents to enjoy, and support flood mitigation. Our St. Pete team's efforts are centered on building resiliency, championing innovation, protecting our environment, and fostering community engagement. The challenges we've long anticipated in this region are now undeniably here. Yet by working collaboratively, we are ensuring St. Pete remains a resilient, vibrant, and sustainable home for everyone. Now let's hear from Alex Green, who participated in the first phase of the Resilient St. Pete Action Plan.
The first storm that came through, we actually got 5.5 feet, almost 6 feet of storm surge. It did submerge my garage completely, and it was white capping into my neighbors' homes. I was very blessed and fortunate. Yes, I had to replace the roof, I had to redo the garage and the electrical, but that's nothing compared to the neighbors that were displaced. Being able to stand there and say, you work on your home, I'll work on the street, I'll work on the neighborhood, I'll work on the community for you, I think has been really beneficial. I think the city's finally taken it seriously. In 5 years, we are going to get very much needed infrastructure, at least in this area. And in the meantime, the city's working to do smaller projects. So I'm working with the Alley Works director, and we're going to start redoing some of the alleys in the area, which will definitely help with the grading of the stormwater. I will say the community here is phenomenal. Hey, Eugene, how you doing? All right, sounds good. I don't want my community or my street to achieve better without helping the street next to us. We're all in this together, so I think that's something to remember, just kindness, and I think that's why we've been able to get this small little neighborhood on the map for future improvements.
Thank you, Alex. Equitable economic development remains central to the city's commitment for a thriving St. Petersburg, where growth creates opportunity for everyone. Through creative programs that support inclusive development, targeted assistance to help residents rebuild, and continued investment in our vibrant arts scene, the city is working to ensure progress is shared across all communities. St. Pete sustained strong momentum in development and investment, reflecting a year defined by rebuilding, renewal, and continued confidence in the city's future. The building department processed more than 54,000 permits, representing $1.4 billion in construction activity. More than 100,000 inspections supported safe and efficient project delivery citywide. Commercial development advanced with 27 new commercial buildings, and neighborhood reinvestment continued through 8,700 residential and commercial renovation projects. Following the 2024 hurricanes, the city provided targeted permitting relief and direct financial support for residents and businesses to rebuild. By waiving fees for post-disaster emergency permits, the city issued over 15,600 permits, providing more than $3 million in fee relief. This accelerated citywide recovery, supporting over $315 million in storm-related construction. In 2025, the city advanced key infrastructure projects that improved access, mobility, and convenience for residents while supporting continued economic growth. A new parking garage opened in the Edge District, adding 400 public parking spaces and easing access to downtown. The city reached an agreement to acquire a 1-mile CSX rail segment to extend the Booker Creek Trail north from the historic gas plant site, creating new recreational access and future commercial opportunities along the corridor. Bike share access expanded into Central and West St. Pete to give residents more flexible, affordable transportation options. The city supported St. Pete's thriving arts community by investing in artists, supporting small arts organizations, and expanding creative experiences for residents of all ages. The City of Writers Poetry Festival returned for its third year. The city invested $200,000 in 40 individual artist grants to support local artists, and 10 small nonprofit arts organizations received Level Up grants for community-based projects, youth programs, and cultural storytelling. The city also expanded business opportunities and workforce pathways by investing in small businesses, building capacity, and helping entrepreneurs grow. The South St. Petersburg CRA Microfund Program concluded after supporting 196 small businesses with education, mentoring, and $1.4 million to implement growth plans without upfront capital. 24 entrepreneurs graduated from the GROW program, gaining technical assistance to pursue city SBE MWBE certification. Expanded transit and new mobility partnerships increased access to work and school, reducing car dependence. Free PSTA passes supported more than 1,400 residents monthly, a 35% increase. Sunrunner service added 15-minute evening frequency on weekends, and agreements were finalized for year-round premium ferry service between downtown St. Pete and Tampa starting this year. And through our ARPA-funded shared services organization, 66 nonprofits receive free administrative and capacity building support to better serve our community. And now we'll hear, I heard a cheer, was that a cheer? And now we'll hear from Shared Services Organization participants Germano and Emma Coker, who run St. Pete Fight Club a nonprofit martial arts school.
The Hypatia Collaborative is an organization that has facilitated us meeting different vendors to help us really address things that we really didn't know that we needed to address. They're, I would say, like a community for nonprofits that connects nonprofits together with other nonprofits to help us achieve our goals. I think it's extremely important to have initiatives like this. It's been just game-changing for us. If you're considering getting into the shared services offices, you should absolutely do it. If there's a way that this resource could remain something that nonprofits could continually tap into, that would be amazing. Because I feel like it's been a lifeline for us, and I'm sure it would do the same for countless other nonprofits who could use their help.
Thank you, Germano. Let me take a moment to recognize the people we met in the videos. Gabrielle, Melina, Estella, Alex, Germano, and Emma. Please stand so we can show you our appreciation. Thank you all. Thank you all. Now, I've only touched on some of the highlights from 2025. For a more comprehensive list, be sure to pick up a printed copy of the 2025 Progress Report or click on the QR code, which should be above me. Is it? Okay. Or go to stpete.org/mayor to see the digital version. Now, a look ahead. In 2026, we will continue to focus on the essential work of building a stronger, more resilient St. Pete. With our focus on inclusive progress, our priorities include supporting new technology and innovation, moving forward on major enterprise projects, including the Manhattan Casino and the Municipal Marina, preparing a $600 million referendum for water and stormwater infrastructure resilience, and continuing the housing opportunities for all program. Technology and innovation. This is not my grandfather's St. Pete anymore. St. Pete is entering a period of significant transformation driven by tech migration, infrastructure investments, and long-awaited redevelopment. And we are improving our own technology platforms as well with the implementation of the Tyler Suite, replacing decades-old technology, impacting multiple systems from billing to permitting. The new technology will provide better functionality, customer experience, and reliability for our core systems. Moving on to enterprise projects. This year we celebrate progress on two key projects. The long-awaited reopening of the Manhattan Casino is more than just a restoration. It's the revival of a cultural landmark and anchor of the 22nd Street corridor. Its return honors the Deuce's legacy while creating new space for arts, culture, and economic opportunity. We anticipate the Manhattan Casino will open this summer. We also continue advancing the redevelopment of the St. Petersburg Municipal Marina with a long-term modernization plan to strengthen docks, infrastructure, and amenities, with another significant step happening this week with interviews of the design build team respondents to our request for qualifications. Together, these projects demonstrate our commitment to preserving what makes St. Pete special, while investing in resilient, forward-looking assets that support residents, visitors, and small businesses alike. In addition to technology and innovation, we're also focused on infrastructure resilience and our commitment to protecting our environment and working towards a more sustainable, resilient city. After the storms of 23 and 24, as we visited neighborhoods and in public conversations, we were often asked the question, what will the city do to deal with the flooding from storms, tidal flooding, and even heavy thunderstorms, flooding that we have not experienced on a regular basis in the past? The answer is straightforward. Our infrastructure needs to be substantially improved to meet the weather challenges that we are experiencing, including the storms of 2024. Now, past planning and investments did, in fact, take place, but the weather impacts that we are experiencing now simply are much greater than was forecast and require that we have a more agile and impactful response to meet our current and future challenges. To meet that goal, we're planning on asking the voters to approve a general obligation bond to fund approximately $600 million in sewer system upgrades, flooding solutions, and other neighborhood improvement projects. This is in addition to the work we've already completed. Under our St. Pete Agile Resilience Plan, or SPAR, we fast-tracked the completion of several infrastructure projects, but the resources needed to make a more substantial impact, to deal with the water we're seeing now, to meet the objectives of the Stormwater Master Plan, require a higher level of funding, and we need the funding now, in the near term. The proposed SPAR bond funding will allow us to move forward more rapidly on the infrastructure improvements we need to handle the impacts of sea level rise, extreme weather, and flooding that we are experiencing in neighborhoods across the city, without relying exclusively on water and sewer rate increases to fund these projects. We're also moving forward with a $160 million partnership with the federal government through Community Development Block Grant Disaster Recovery Funding, which we call Sunrise St. Pete. This funding will support long-term recovery efforts from Hurricanes Idalia and Helene, with a substantial portion of that funding going to residents, including rehabilitation, reconstruction, and elevation assistance, reimbursement for repair, and disaster relief payments in the form of reimbursements for rent, mortgage, and utility payments. Now, St. Pete was one of only 2 Florida cities to directly receive this funding. After some delay because of the federal government shutdown, not this one, but the previous one, we have received final approval, and we anticipate initial disbursements of funds next month. Thanks to Administrator Amy Foster, Aubrey Phillips, David Thompson, Jess Rydell, all of our grants team and our supporting departments for your skill and commitment to substantially expand our grant awards to fund these essential projects. Please give them a hand. Finally, let's talk about housing. Across the nation, housing affordability is a huge challenge, and in St. Pete, we're impacted by this trend as well. We're working in partnership with the private sector, with federal, state, and local governments and nonprofits to meet that challenge. This upcoming weekend, Habitat for Humanity is cutting the ribbon on The Grove, 10 affordable townhomes for folks making 80% area median income. In the coming months, Deuce is Rising with 24 townhomes, half at 80% AMI, half at 120, will be completed. We've made progress on a significant number of affordable housing projects recently, including the groundbreaking for Pelican Place townhomes with Habitat for Humanity Gulfside, which will offer 40 affordable home ownership opportunities, and the Fairfield Avenue Apartments, which will build 264 units, all of which are affordable or workforce housing. And another first for St. Pete, Fairfield Avenue Apartments is the first development in the state to take advantage of state legislation that provides flexibility to convert commercial or industrial land into affordable or workforce housing. Once again, St. Pete is leading the way. And we recently cut the ribbon on Skyway Lofts 2, another affordable housing partnership with Blue Sky Development, adding another 66 affordable units to Skyway Lofts 1, which is just 4 years old, for a total of 131 affordable units, units that will remain affordable for 99 years, thanks to Pinellas County's partnership. Thank you, Commissioner Flowers. And those are just some of the affordable housing successes that we've partnered in, and more are on the way. Right now, there are 238 workforce units and 571 affordable units under construction. Many of these units will come into completion before the end of the year. Developments like the Ed White campus, which will be home for seniors, Skytown, Vincentian Village, which will serve veterans, and Palm Lakes, which will serve families. Projects like these are essential to ensuring that our growth is equitable. They help us address the rising cost of living, preserve the character of our neighborhoods, and make sure that St. Pete's progress benefits the people who have built this community and contributed to our success. As you can see, our St. Pete team is making impactful progress every day. I'd like to express my thanks to everyone on our St. Pete team who keep our city running and who are setting the standard for public service. To my cabinet, including Administrator Rob Gerdes, Police Chief Anthony Holloway, Fire Rescue Chief Keith Watts, who is in Tallahassee right now, y'all pray for him, City Attorney Jackie Kovalarich, Chief of Staff Doyle Walls, to our City Council, to all of our administrators, the Mayor's Office staff, City Clerk's Office, Council Administration, our audit team, and all of your team members. You lead 3,800 employees who set the standard, who serve our city with excellence. And most of all, to every city employee in every department from accounting to zoning, A to Z. Thank you for your amazing work in service to our community 24/7, every day of the week. We have two new members of the team who I'd like to shout out to. First, Nathan Brummer, our new LGBTQ+ liaison. Nathan, where are you? I can't see anything, so I'm assuming, okay, they're pointing over there, okay. We were in Tallahassee last week, so we're still recovering, I get it. Nathan is a key addition, serving as our connector between government, community partners, and the LGBTQ community. His leadership and experience is helping us continue to advance equity and ensure that St. Pete remains a welcoming home for all. And next is Deneen Wyman, who brings a wealth of, where's Deneen? Oh, right next to Nathan, okay. Who brings a wealth of strategic community engagement experience with Pinellas County Schools now to our St. Pete team, and is now a community engagement coordinator in the mayor's office. Deneen, thank you for joining our team. I still get some shade when I walk into schools now, so I guess they're in their feelings, but glad to have you here. Now, one more thing. It has become a tradition, not by planning, but by circumstance, that I've concluded each State of the City address with remarks on the historic gas plant district development, and this year is no exception. Let's start with the near-term component. Tropicana Field and the amazing work of our team and our contractors to restore that iconic structure that symbolized the destruction brought by Hurricane Milton. After the storms, we made the difficult but responsible decision to repair Tropicana Field, protecting a major public asset, leveraging insurance, federal and state support, and meeting our contractual obligations to the Tampa Bay Rays. This was an historic undertaking, replacing an iconic fixed dome roof, coordinating structural assessments, managing global supply chains, working with the Rays and Major League Baseball on technical requirements, and sequencing interior restoration, all while maintaining strict timelines and budget discipline. This project required extraordinary focus and expertise, and personally prayer for a quiet 2025 hurricane season. Today, the roof has been fully replaced, the playing surface installed, and final interior work is underway, positioning the facility to reopen on schedule and under budget. I want to especially recognize Beth Herendine, Raul Quintana, Kat Corcoran, and City Development Administrator James Corbett and our city team for their professionalism and tenacity throughout this complex effort. Where are you, Beth and Kat? Probably working somewhere. Right over there? Okay. All right. Their steady leadership, along with our dedicated contractors, ensured that what could have been an ongoing and significant economic and community loss instead became a powerful example of excellence in project design and management, collaboration, and leadership. Kudos to our team. Now, let's talk longer term. Let me speak plainly and directly to the community about moving forward on the historic gas plant district development. Nearly 40 years after the original gas plant community was uprooted, we have before us a real opportunity, not simply to plan or convene yet again, but to act, to move forward, to finally transform vacant lots into assets that will benefit our community for generations to come. That is the path that I've consistently conveyed to council and to the public throughout the process of terminating the Hines-Rays agreements last summer. After terminating the agreements, receiving a viable unsolicited proposal, and extending the total time for alternative proposal submission, now is not the time to halt the process. Now, I agree that we should plan first, as some are calling for. In my view, other than the initial construction of Tropicana Field, which began 40 years ago in 1986, planning is in fact the only thing we've done on that site. Over the past decade, this site has been studied, discussed, and planned extensively, including the 2016 HKS master planning process, the 2020 Duke Energy Site Readiness Plan, the 2020 Tropicana Field Request for Proposals with a detailed development plan, the 2022 Historic Gas Plant RFP that concluded with a set of 12 agreements, including a detailed development plan approved by City Council in July of 2024, as well as our planning guidelines in the future land use code and our zoning guidelines that direct density and development, and the in-town and in-town west CRA development plans. We have planned extensively. We've also convened our community to hear what the community's priorities should be. In December 2021, as mayor-elect, before I was sworn in, we held community conversations in partnership with the Foundation for a Healthy St. Pete, CONA, SPC, and USF St. Pete, focused on the 5 pillars for progress. Tropicana Field development, as it was called then, was a topic that came up dozens of times from the attendees. For example, in response to a question concerning barriers to equitable development and business opportunities, one participant said, quote, "Nothing is occurring. As a child growing up in the Tropicana neighborhood, we did not benefit as we were told." Another participant said, quote, "We must acknowledge what happened to the Black community. 800 families kicked out, jobs and churches kicked out. Redevelopment of Tropicana Field deepens the issue. The political will to displace the district did exist. We need the same will," end quote. That was in December of 2021. 8 months later, after I was sworn in, we conducted a larger convening. Community conversations focused on the historic gas plant district. More than 1,000 attendees participated at locations across the city and virtually. Youth attended a special session at USF St. Pete. Once again, the community conveyed the same priorities. In fact, time after time, our community has consistently told us what the priorities for the historic gas plant redevelopment should be. I call it the J-HOP principles. Just think about J-HOP across the street, the middle school. Jobs, housing, economic opportunity, and honoring the promises made to the community. That's consistently what the community is asking for. The community benefits review process provided additional opportunities for public convening, public comment, and alignment of the proposed development with our community priorities. In 2024, after 4 public meetings, the Community Benefits Advisory Council approved the community benefits package. The community benefits process will apply to any proposal that is selected through the current review process. As mayor, I am comfortable that we understand what the public has consistently stated as priorities. I'm satisfied with the extensive outreach that we've done and the planning that was the basis for the agreements that we celebrated less than 2 years ago. And I'm compelled to honor the promise that I made as a candidate to move us forward on the development of this site if we have a proposal that meets our priorities. With the deadline for alternative proposals now passed and proposals received, a process that has been moving forward for several months, we will continue with a disciplined and transparent evaluation of what has been submitted. Any successful proposal must meet the guiding principles and the J-HOP priorities. Developers are not defining the vision. the people of St. Petersburg already have. Now, experience matters, and because we've already gone through this process, because I've served in elective office for some time, because I've been married for 35 years, I know there's a way to get things done. I know you need partnership, and I know power doesn't reside just in one place. I recognize and respect the City Council's role as an essential partner in this process, and I respectfully acknowledge the recent resolution calling for additional planning. So as we continue to evaluate proposals, we will make every reasonable effort to accommodate that request in a way that does not return us to paralysis or postpone the progress that may be possible. Initially with affordable housing and the new Woodson African American Museum, the first progress that this community will see after waiting generations to see promises fulfilled on this land. So in my direction, our team is actively working to understand the scope and objectives of the proposed additional planning and/or convenings called for by the resolution and identify next steps. As you know, I believe that leadership must be agile, especially in our current environment. I believe that we can address council concerns, be it planning or public safety infrastructure or any other issues mentioned at the recent city council meeting, without stopping a process that is already well underway. We can always improve the process. An administrator of mine once said, you don't have to be sick to get better. But we should not be distracted by the false ideal of a perfect plan, because perfection is in the eye of the beholder. We could easily spend years more debating where the puzzle pieces fit on these 86 acres and still have an asphalt desert instead of any tangible progress. I cannot support that path. The historic gas plant district is not just a redevelopment project. It is a test of whether we keep our promises, whether we are distracted by election year politics and political agendas, or as the citizen said at our community conversation in December of 2021, whether we have the political will to do the right thing. I believe St. Petersburg is ready to do the right thing and deliver on those promises. As I close, let me leave you with this. St. Petersburg is defined not by the challenges we face, but by the strength of our people and the direction we choose together. When storms tested us, this community showed its character, from removing record amounts of debris to repairing the trop, hardening our infrastructure, and successfully garnering record grant funding for our community. We've proven we can take on big, complex challenges successfully. And that same energy carries us forward. In the year ahead, we will continue doing the work that matters most, creating opportunity, protecting neighborhoods, strengthening infrastructure, expanding access, and ensuring that growth benefits everyone who calls this city home. We will stay focused, we will continue the work, and we will stay committed to progress that is principled, inclusive, and intentional. St. Pete, today the state of our city is strong, our future is bright, because we are St. Pete. May God keep you and God bless you. Thank you.
Everybody's got a thing, but some don't know how to handle it. Others reach out in vain, just taking the things that worth having. Don't you worry about it.
The first storm that came through, we actually got 5.5 feet, almost 6 feet of storm surge. It did submerge my garage completely, and it was white capping into my neighbors' homes. I was very blessed and fortunate. Yes, I had to replace the roof, I had to redo the garage and the electrical, but that's nothing compared to the neighbors that were displaced. Being able to stand there and say, you work on your home, I'll work on the street, I'll work on the neighborhood, I'll work on the community for you, I think has been really beneficial. I think the city's finally taken it seriously. In 5 years, we are going to get very much needed infrastructure, at least in this area. And in the meantime, the city's working to do smaller projects. So I'm working with the Alley Works director, and we're going to start redoing some of the alleys in the area, which will definitely help with the grading of the stormwater. I will say the community here is phenomenal. Hey, Eugene, how you doing? All right, sounds good. I don't want my community or my street to achieve better without helping the street next to us. We're all in this together, so I think that's something to remember, just kindness, and I think that's why we've been able to get this small little neighborhood on the map for future improvements.
My name is DeWitt Miller. I work for the city of St. Pete. I'm equipment operator 2, operate street sweepers for the city. I'm a second generation street sweeper operator. My dad did it. I like it, I'm by myself. There's no rush, get a certain area done. The object is to get the area clean. Like you gotta go and say, oh, you gotta get the area done in one day. That's not how we operate. The object is to get it clean and do the best that you can. Street sweeping is very important, I think, because without street sweeping, we would have all the pollutants build up in the curb line and the gutters, and then it would make the streets flood. Pollutants, what I mean by that, you got sand buildup, leaves, trash along the gutter lines. My job is to keep it clean, pick it up. On an average day, you might get anywhere from 5 to 15 cubic yards of material. Mileage-wise, you might get anywhere from 8 to 10 miles a day sweeping. Some of the challenges we have to deal with, you have cars that are in your way, you might have trees down, palm fronds, stuff like that. We have to go around some of that stuff. We're trying to get every street in the city swept at least once a month. Enjoy seeing the citizens out, come giving you a high five, telling you what good job you're doing. I just enjoy my job. Well, as a kid, I used to get excited when I see my dad come down the street in a street sweeper. As a kid, one day I would like to do that. So I guess you could say I fulfilled the dream that I always wanted to follow in the footsteps of my dad and drive a street sweeper. Well, I get a sense of pride with every neighborhood I do. I go out and try to give it 100%, because I feel like every house that I go past, it's my house. So my job is to go out and do the best that I can. I take pride in that.
It feels like my whole career, I've just found a job, but never the job. Finding the perfect job that suits my life has always been challenging. I've always sort of just felt like a number at the places where I worked, so I think that I'm ready to find a job that will give me the benefits that I deserve. They always say that you're only as strong as your own network, so I'm expanding that. Beginning today, I'm asking anyone and everyone I meet if they know where I should work. Hey, don't you wish that you had a job that would contribute to your retirement fund without having to contribute your own money?
You should work where I work then.
It probably makes sense that I can't find the perfect job situation. I mean, who would ever leave if you had it so good? Hey, wouldn't you freak out if you could find a job that would provide you with a doctor that you could see anytime, without a copay even?
Yeah, and how about most common prescriptions too?
Yeah. Wait, is that a thing?
Yeah, you should work where I work.
Everyone always says, find a job you love and you'll never work a day in your life. But I feel like a job like that doesn't actually exist. It's just a thing that people say. Hey. You know what I want? I want a job that carries over my sick and vacation leave, instead of it just going away if I don't use it.
Well, you should work where I work.
Maybe my expectations are too high. Maybe a job is just a job. I mean, who really works somewhere that has the perfect package? Hey, little guy. You have a maid, don't you? I should take a page out of your book. Get a job without a desk.
I don't have a desk.
Wish I could find that job.
Well, you should work where I work.
I'm starting to think that there is a place that has the benefits that matter to me. A place where I can find a solid work-life balance, but there's no way there's any job possibilities, right?
You really should work where we work.
Wait, you guys too?
Yeah, man, there's plenty of job opportunities at the city of St. Pete.
Where would I even begin?
Easy. Just go to stpete.org/jobs and then go from there.
Oh, I have to go.
Okay, wait. He's got our mic.
I need to work where they work.
Cut. Did it!
It's hard to imagine a time before sunken gardens existed in St. Petersburg. You would have to go back more than a century to see the land as it once was, a sinkhole. In 1911, George Turner Sr. and his wife Eula purchased 4.1 acres of land 1 mile north of the emerging city center. Due to the sinkhole on site, the land sat 15 feet below street level. But George, a plumber by trade, had an idea. He devised his own terracotta tile system, effectively draining the sinkhole, leaving behind a rich, mucky soil. Perfect conditions for his favorite hobby, gardening. Living a good life with lots of luck in the Florida real estate world, the Turners were doing well. However, after a series of hurricanes and freezes in the area and the downturn of the real estate business in 1926, the Turners were soon left with just the garden. And to make ends meet, they opened a fruit and vegetable stand. Soon, neighbors began to stroll through George's tropical garden, enjoying an array of plants from around the world. In 1934, Mr. Turner began charging 15 cents to enter his subtropical paradise of royal palms, banana trees, coffee plants, and more. It's hard to imagine the old sinkhole site would become a natural paradise. For 3 generations, the Turners ran Sunken Gardens for almost a century, building a world-renowned attraction complete with beauty contests, celebrities, models, flamingos, and other exotic animals. A lot can happen in 100 years. Freezes, economic downturns, and a breed of new amusement parks opening close by. So, in 1989, the Turner grandsons put Sunken Gardens up for sale. And 10 years later, the residents of St. Petersburg voted for a one-time tax increase so the city itself could purchase the gardens. This tropical oasis still stands as one of Florida's oldest and last remaining roadside attractions. Thanks to generations of the Turner family's dedication, a community grassroots effort, and a bit of luck.
Last year, Milton was really, really bad. Even though I wasn't home, I know there was Milton damage almost everywhere. I wasn't really sure of, the condition of my roof. To find out that yes, there was damage, I let my insurance company know what happened. So I did the paperwork with them. They were able to help me, like half of what the cost was. I said, well, I don't think this is enough money to fix my roof. That was really a terrible feeling because I'm thinking, okay, finding out that I was only going to get half of what the damage cost, I said, oh, wow. I just feel kind of devastated because I say, there's no way I can afford it. I heard on the news that the city of St. Pete had funds for Milton's damage for homeowners. So I thought, oh, wow, well, this is an answer to my prayers because I didn't know which way to go. So then I applied to the city of St. Pete, and the process was wonderful. Before you know it, they say, yes, you're approved, so they started the process on getting my roof done. I'm just very thankful for all the work that the city is doing in not only my situation, but everyone else, and that makes the everyone to kind of love St. Pete because it's such a good city. It's been a blessing to me and my family, and I'm very thankful for.
I'm Paul Laverne. I'm a library assistant 2 with the City of St. Petersburg Library System. My number one job is customer service. It's a different day every day. The tasks may stay the same, but the people that come in change your day. You talk to different people. You do story times for the kids. You see different kids. We're here for the public to use when they need us. It's a good community meeting area. The library has like quiet places in it, but it's not really deemed like a quiet place where everybody just comes in and everybody's silent. We have a kids section where they can get a little bit loud. You have your circulation desk where people are asking questions and coming in and coming out. So it's not exactly like the lady telling everybody to shush. The library's really not a slow place anymore. It's fast, it moves. Information changes, how to get the information changes. It has progressed quite a bit in the library system. We have some Blu-rays plus our computer system, and people come in all the time to use the computers. We have hot spots that a lot of people borrow. We have museum passes where people can come in and check out a pass to our museums in the city. We do story times in every location, so we're in every community. These kids, when they can be introduced to reading and we can make it fun and enjoyable, that they won't stop reading also. I get kids that are now adults and they come in the library and they say, oh yeah, I remember you did story time for me when I was like 6 years old. So I mean, that kind of thing makes me feel good that I could impact somebody in a positive way. That's when it's really cool, feels really good. So many things I've been able to do that I don't know if I could have done those if I wasn't working the library system for the city. It's been a very fast 36 years. It's been great. I've loved every minute of it. It's been fantastic.
District 2 is the northernmost district in St. Petersburg. It's bound by Tampa Bay to the north and east, 28th Street to the west, and as far south as Tennessee Avenue Northeast. I'm Councilmember Brandy Gabbard, your representative for District 2. Today, we are at Power Design Inc., the city's largest private employer and a majority women-led business that has continuously been ranked one of Tampa Bay's best places to work. District 2 is the gateway to St. Petersburg for many coming from Tampa and North Pinellas. Its geography is one of the main reasons we are sought after by some of Tampa Bay's premier corporations, such as Jabil, HSN, FIS, and Raymond James. People may come for the jobs, but they stay for everything else we have to offer. As one of the fastest growing areas of St. Pete, we have a diverse mix of housing opportunities that include neighborhoods nestled along Tampa Bay, offering residents plenty of opportunities to take advantage of the St. Petersburg sunshine. You can spend your day grabbing a kayak or paddleboard from Urban Kai, playing some beach volleyball at Rec Deck, or checking out the wildlife and mangroves at Whedon Island. One of the jewels of our district is Riviera Bay Park, with its extensive walking trails, playground, outdoor gym, and my personal favorite, the St. Pete Bee Hotel, located within the butterfly garden that is filled with native plants and pollinators. After a long day outside, you can relax and unwind at one of our great local restaurants, such as Noble Crust or Paul's Chicago Pizza. And if you want something a little more exciting, come take a swing at the new Top Golf, located in Carillon, offering fun for the entire family. I am proud to represent this diverse area of our city. You can literally do it all here. Work, live, dine, play, go to school, and worship all in your backyard. If you're looking for a new place to call home or to just spend the day, check out District 2.
So if you live in St. Petersburg, right, most people know that the world's first commercial airline flight was here.
True.
Right, from St. Petersburg to Tampa. But what a lot of people don't know, could have been disastrous for the whole idea of the whole airline business, the chain came off the sprocket. The engine was basically powering a propeller like a bicycle chain and a bicycle sprocket that turned the propeller. And halfway across the bay, the chain came off. And he had to land the airboat in the middle of Tampa Bay and repair it. Remember when you were a kid and your chain would come off and you have to put it back on, your hands would get all greasy and dirty? Well, him and AC File both had to do that, and they both got their hands all filthy and stuff, but they put it back in the air and they made it. That could have been game-changing for the whole airline industry if the flight didn't work.
If they'd had to come rescue these guys out in the middle of Tampa Bay after all this publicity.
That's exactly right.
Oh, my goodness.
We are here at a groundbreaking that's going to provide over 40 units for our residents to be able to provide shelter and a safe place for their families. We're adding to the housing stock. We're actually trying to uphold the commitment that the mayor has set for the city of St. Petersburg to provide more affordable housing units, and this is one of the great steps toward that accomplishment.
It's the second project with Habitat for home ownership and multifamily here in the city of St. Petersburg, and it's at the southern end of the Deuces. So I think it's important, as we see that transformation happening in the Deuces and in South St. Pete, that we have a project that folks that live here can afford, that 80% AMI and less, some as low as 30%, will be able to get into home ownership through the Great Habitat program right here on the Deuces.
Projects like this are important to the city because when you are creating housing and the opportunity to own the housing at 0% down with 0% interest, that is a tool in the financial universe that we call the unicorn. It doesn't exist. And so when we're able to create this with partners like Habitat for Humanity, you got to celebrate it and you got to let people know.
This moment represents more than just the start of construction. It's the beginning of new opportunities, stronger communities, and brighter futures. St. Petersburg is a city that thrives on diversity, resilience, and community spirit. Pelican Place will reflect those values. It will be a neighborhood where children can play safely, where families can grow, and where neighbors support one another.
Everything that we see being built will not be unaffordable. We will have an affordable base, and that's what the Housing Opportunities for All is focused on. This will remain a priority for our administration, and we know how important it is, and we're dedicated to it.
Bubba. Hi, good morning. Hey, you ready to come out? You ready for breakfast?
My name's Amy DePalma, and I am a nature preserve ranger here at Boyd Hill. The specialty of my job is overseeing the Birds of Prey program. We take in permanently injured, non-releasable birds of prey, and we turn them into avian ambassadors. We take these birds all throughout the county, from the Saturday morning market to schools to assisted living facilities. When you're talking about conservation, sometimes it can be kind of a bore, but when you have a great horned owl sitting on your arm talking about conservation, people are a lot more inclined to listen, to pay attention, especially since these birds have injuries due to human interaction in some way. Conservation efforts in general are really important around the world, but specifically here at Boyd Hill because we do live in one of the most densely populated counties in all of Florida. It's really important to conserve these small parcels of land. All of these birds that we have here live throughout Florida. We also have to worry about their diet and feeding them, so we weigh them almost daily to make sure that their food fluctuates with their body weights. We also have to do medical care, but aside from me, we have 54 volunteers that help make this program run day to day. There's a lot of maintenance that goes along with these birds, and it's a group effort. It's not just me. Step up. Up. No, you want to face everyone, huh? You got an audience. They're just like people. They have good days and bad days. So sometimes when you walk in, they want nothing to do with you, and other times you're walking around the corner and they're chirping and yelling saying, "Come in here and feed me." So it's really, really, probably one of my favorite parts of the job is just interacting with these birds.
Hey, Dance. Yeah, so this is Dancer. He's a red-tailed hawk. He is 19 years old.
I mean, I get to spend my day in a nature preserve. So I am surrounded by nature and surrounded by nature-minded people, which really excites me. So interacting with kids and adults and just spreading my passion is really what I love about this job.
$2 million visitors, 26 acres of waterfront, the St. Pete Pier, a district alive with activity, outdoor spaces, Spa Beach Park, Family Park, the Glazer Playground, the Splash Pad, Coastal Thicket Boardwalk, Fishing Deck, 6 buildings, 7 restaurants, retail, a museum, a marine education center, 25 boat slips, public art everywhere you look, more than 100 events each year, concerts, festivals, pop-ups, fitness classes, and holiday celebrations. And behind it all, thoughtful design. Accessible, sustainable, resilient. Protecting our seagrass, recycling oyster shells, planning for sea level rise. The pier is more than a landmark. It's our waterfront gathering place, where St. Pete comes together.
District 3 spans parts of eastern and northeastern St. Pete. Bordered to the east by Tampa Bay, it's a slice of everything that makes St. Pete special. Vibrant neighborhoods, convenient city amenities, and abundant access to nature. Hi, I'm Mike Harding, your City Council member for District 3. Here in District 3, we have 18 parks, including Shore Acres Mini Park, where I'm standing today. From intimate neighborhood spaces, like this one, to larger destinations like Fossil Park, there's something for everyone. Want to visit Willis S. Johns Rec Center? Got it. Pickleball courts? Absolutely. Skate park? Check. And yes, there's a pool too. We're also home to the newest rec center in the city, Shore Acres Rec Center, with 6 swimming pool lanes, 2 diving boards, and spaces for community gatherings. It's become a central hub for the neighborhood. Looking for golf lessons or just a place to hit a bucket of balls? Visit Mangrove Bay Golf Course, where you'll find a full pro shop and the Cypress Links Par 3 course right next door. But what I love most about District 3 are the neighborhoods. I grew up right here in Shore Acres, spending my grass cutting money at an arcade and pizza joint where LCC's middle school campus now stands. Shore Acres is a tranquil waterfront community. Like its neighbor Snell Isle, it's just 5 minutes from the buzz of downtown, but feels worlds apart. Drive 5 minutes west and you'll wind through the hilly, tree-lined streets of Allendale. Hard to believe you're still in St. Pete. District 3 is also packed with amenities. We've got a boat ramp, 2 fire stations, a library, a water plant, a brush site, and 25 bridges. Sports organizations like Northeast Little League and the St. Pete Raiders Soccer Club are woven into our community. And yes, you'll find me refereeing youth soccer on the weekends. That's what District 3 is all about. Family-friendly neighborhoods, plenty of outdoor space, and top-notch city services. It's where I grew up, and it's where my wife and I raise our daughters today.
Welcome, everyone, to the Committee of the Whole, March 12, 2026. Clerk, can I please have a roll call?
Harding. Here. Hanowitz.
Here.
Sanders. Here. Driscoll.
Here.
Gibbons.
Here.
Floyd. Here. Gertis. Gabbard.
Here. We have an agenda before us. I'll entertain a motion for approval.
Approval?
All in favor?
Aye.
We have the February 26, 2026 minutes. I'll entertain a motion for approval.
Move approval.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, we are here for the Community Benefits Advisory Council standing member applications and city council appointments. That's part A, and then part B, we're going to continue the conversation we had previously in economic development regarding the Community Fee Benefits Agreement ordinance. So we will start off with the first part. As you will see from the backup, I will have to commend Janie for doing a fantastic job on giving us a great overview. And not only that, we actually got a chart in terms of how the process would go, whether you want option A or option B. So given the fact that this chart has been given to us in terms of how the balloting process should go, I would love to hear from y'all what you think of which option we should go with. Councilmember Fig Sanders.
I like A.
Huh?
Since two.
Oh, you like A?
No, I said I like A. Yeah.
You like A? Oh, okay. I was like, I thought you said okay. I'm like,
It's been that type of day.
that's okay.
Been that day, but
So
no,
you like A?
I like A.
Okay. Councilmember Givens.
If we're taking a vote, my vote is for A.
A. Councilmember Driscoll.
A.
A. It looks like it is A. Okay. So now that we have agreed on A, the other issue we have is the eligibility considerations. As you know, we have the city codes provides that if someone serves on another committee, there's only certain circumstances where they can serve simultaneously on two boards. Now, we can deal with that question now, or how about if that person isn't picked? I mean, do we have to deal with it now, or can we just wait to see how the balloting goes?
I mean, you could do it either way.
We could do it either way. So we can decide, number one, we're going to go through the process and understand that this may be something, if we really want this person, then we have to make a vote and say that we are going to accept them, knowing that the ordinance requires us to allow them to serve on both boards. Because that's, at the end of the day, if we have a majority, then that means that we're kind of aware of the fact that we would have to allow them to be both on the CPPC and on this board. We can have that discussion. If we want to deal with it now early, we can also deal with it too. So it may work itself out because you may not come to the question at all and not have to deal with it. And then if it comes, then we'll have to deal with it then. So I'm fine with going through the process because it may not get there. Okay, so I think we're on the same page. Okay, and we have all the applicants' information, and so what I think now is appropriate is to open it up for council members in terms of if you want to have any questions for applicants. If there's anything else that you need, we could do this now. I wouldn't take a long time, but if there is anything imperative that is really, really important, we could do that. Otherwise, we go straight to balloting, which would be my suggestion.
Mine.
Preference.
Okay, so we're going straight to balloting.
He said, oh, God.
Okay.
Just was very quick.
We put our names top.
So we are doing option A, and each council member, I was told, by the way, and I think this was really directed at me, that it should be clear, the handwriting. So, and yes, it's coming from various people, not just you, Chan. Yes, Councilmember Driscoll.
Could you have the clerk tell us how he wants this?
Put your name on the top with today's date and your top two candidates.
Yep.
Elect them.
So you put your name on the top,
Today's
and then you put your top two
And the date.
and the date. And today's date is March 12th. Oh, do we have to sign it? Well, we have our name. I didn't know if you want a signature. Okay. Just in case.
I was wondering if anyone would know, it's something about the Affordable Care Act, like health insurance marketplace.
So for those that are here or they're watching at this point, the clerk is tabulating the ballots. just to break up the silence.
You'd make a good play-by-play, Chair.
Huh? Well, yeah, well, this is what's happening right now. I mean, Shan could provide us.
And look at him.
I do not want to interrupt him. I want him to focus.
Some lightweighting music.
Understood.
I'll also just say it was very difficult to choose.
Yes.
I mean,
And
I have 6 top choices.
yes. And at this point, I should note, first of all, for everyone who actually applied and has gone through the process, thank you so much. Our city does not work alone without the volunteers that serve on our boards. So we're thankful for all the volunteers that serve on our boards and those that have come forward and submitted their resumes to serve on the Community Benefits Advisory Council. And one of the factors that plays into it is that they have to be from different council districts. So we have applicants that are various people from different districts that happen to be in the same district. So we want to make sure that we're picking one from whatever district, and it cannot match the one that the mayor has picked.
So tell us what the districts are.
I could read the memo. I could start reading the memo.
Got time to kill.
It's right here. You didn't see it?
The City Council appointed 2 CBAC standing members to 4-year terms in April 2022. Those terms are set to expire in April 2026. The CBAC is composed of 4 standing members, 2 appointed by the mayor and 2 by the City Council, each representing a different City Council district. The 2022 appointments were intentionally staggered to ensure continuity, with mayoral appointments for 3-year terms and City Council appointments for 4-year terms. The mayoral reappointments have already been completed and currently represent districts 3 and 5. Accordingly, the city is now accepting CBAC standing member applications from residents in districts 1, 2, 4, 6, 7, and 8. The application period opened in February 1st and closed on February 28th. Although the current City Council appointments do not expire until April 26th, we have to initiate this application and review process in advance to allow City Council to proceed deliberately and in an orderly manner. This approach provides sufficient time for thoughtful consideration of applicants, supports a well-paced appointment process, and helps ensure continuity of service on the CBAC by avoiding gaps in member appointments. And if we are lucky, there may be 2 people that happen to be from 2 districts that are the top. And then we don't continue with the diagram process.
Have you have your flow chart in front of you?
The flow chart is great, huh?
It is good.
Who doesn't need a flow chart in their life?
I know, right? Down one of those, go to A, then point B, then point, yeah, that works for me. Yes, it does.
Choose your own adventure kind of person?
Huh? But it's nice to know once you choose your adventure, maybe. I do like to choose my adventure, but I do have to have I do like a game plan.
Yeah, this was good. Who did the flow chart? Janie?
Janie did all of this.
She's the GOAT.
She is.
She is the GOAT.
Madam Chair,
Yes, sir.
you want me to read all of them or just the top 2?
The top 2.
Okay. Top 2, Mike Vigiano with 4 votes and David Hartbeitner with 3 votes are the top 2 vote getters. And Alyssa Bedard had 1, Richard Bruce 1, Debbie Reeser 1, Maria Scruggs 1, and Jamie Solomon 2.
So council members. And they're from different districts. Mark Vigiano, right?
Mark is District 8.
8. And David Harbinger is District 4.
Correct.
So they're from different districts, so they meet all our criteria. Council members, good job, congratulations. So at this point, we need a motion to recommend.
Move approval. Second.
We have a motion, a second? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Great job. Are you going to have acceptance speeches ready? No acceptance speeches? Okay.
Are they here?
They are here.
They're both here.
Why don't you come and introduce yourselves? David's over there and Mark is over there. Have a seat so you can introduce yourselves.
Yeah.
Yeah, my name is, you ready?
Yes, we're ready.
My name is Mark Vigiano. I've lived in St. Pete for about 12 years now. Currently, I work as the training coordinator for Tampa Bay Pipe Trades, which is the plumbing and piping apprenticeship that serves the Tampa Bay area. And that's about it.
Great, great.
Thank you for being willing.
Well, thank you for your willingness to serve.
I appreciate it.
Thank you
guys very much.
Thank you. David?
Hello, David Harbeitner. I've been a resident since 2012 and very active in advocating for our community since 2013 in the city of St. Petersburg. I have met many of you on a one-on-one basis, so thank you for your support. Look forward to serving on the Community Benefits Agreement Committee. Thank you.
Great. Well, we look forward to having you. Thank you. Okay. Well, everyone's welcome to stay for the next part of the meeting. If you want to hear, we're going to talk about the Community Benefits Ordinance. And this is a continuation of the conversation we recently were having. And Andrea, if you want to go ahead and kick us off in that conversation.
Thank you so much. Andrea Falvey, Economic and Workforce Development. Let me thank you for the conversation we had on this item, the CBAC over the last couple of months, the conversation we had at the EWD committee, and then of course today. So we'll go ahead and get started. Of course, you have all the backup that we'll be referencing as we go. Then we look forward to taking all your feedback and questions since we have plenty of time this afternoon. So just kind of bringing us kind of where we have been to today. So at the December 17th, 2025 meeting of the Community Benefits Standing Committee, members expressed a desire to review the existing community benefit program to identify potential program enhancements. And they outlined goals to improve communication, collaboration, and engagement among development teams, the CBAC, the broader St. Petersburg community, during active CBA projects. So again, on December 17th, we had our CBA council meeting. Staff and our partners in the legal department kind of took back their suggestions, brought forth a series of changes based on their feedback to the January 26th meeting. We discussed them with the EWD committee at the end of last month, and then that brings us forward to today. So just a little bit of an overview. Again, this is a little bit of time. I thought I would spend just a couple of minutes kind of level setting on the program, for those who are watching along at home, just understanding a little bit about where we've been and what the program was intended to do. So it was adopted by City Council in July of 2021 to address the lack of benefit to economically disadvantaged communities and the rapid pace of real estate development in St. Petersburg. So the policy requires qualifying development projects that receive public assistance from the city to deliver measurable impacts in the form of community benefits as part of the overall development agreement. And these community benefits fall into one of these 5 categories: business equity, contracting with small and minority-owned firms; workforce equity and development, hiring apprentices and disadvantaged workers; sustainability and resiliency; affordable and workforce housing, as well as other community priorities like supporting the arts, education, health, and technology initiatives. So we'll just step through what the current community benefit program process is, and then we'll go through some kind of proposed changes a little bit later in the presentation, but I thought this might be, again, a great level setting for everyone following along. So the current trigger for the program is that the developer would submit something called a community benefit impact report. And that would show what the overall project was, what the proposed city participation value is, as well as some other environmental assessment information. And then it would be determined which process the developer would be stepping through, either the streamlined CBA process or the standard process. The city conducts a public meeting, and then there is a selection of community benefits. So the streamlined process, the developer selects one of the streamlined process community benefit scenarios, which is included in the ordinance information as well as the guidance document backup. Or the standard process, where they select benefits from tiers 1 through 3, again, all outlined in the guidance document that was provided, unless there are alternative community benefits that are offered by the developer, proposed by the developer, I'm sorry. So as I mentioned, these tier requirements are detailed within the program guidance document. So tier 1 would be any project with city participation value equal to or greater 15% of the total construction cost, with a minimum city participation value of $500,000. And these tier 1 projects must agree to the following community benefits, which you see listed on the screen. Include holding one public meeting, constructing streetscape improvements, utilizing a minimum of 10% participation from MWBE enterprises, utilizing local workforce partners to employ local residents, designing and constructing the covered project to current LEED Silver standards, and coordinating with our Office of Sustainability and Resiliency to plant a similar number of trees as removed on the project site. Tier 2 projects are any project with a city participation value equal to or greater than 20% of the total construction cost. Again, with that minimum participation value, the minimum city participation being $500,000. Tier 2 projects must do everything that I just described for a Tier 1 project, and then they also provide additional community benefits which are selected from the options that are outlined in the guidance document. Tier 3 projects are any projects with a city participation value equal to or greater than 25% of the total construction costs. And Tier 3 projects must agree to all of the community benefits required of Tier 1 and Tier 2 projects, and then they have an additional set of community benefits that they must select from that are outlined in the guidance document. A project with a city participation value above $30 million qualifies as a Tier 3 project regardless of construction costs. The next step is the city would seek CBAC input, and then the city would present the final community benefit agreement to City Council for consideration and approval as part of the overall development agreement set of documents. So we have up to this point had 2 projects covered under the ordinance, and I'll talk about those very briefly. The first is the 800 block redevelopment. So in May of 2022, Moffitt Cancer Center and the TPA group proposed a mixed-use development for a cancer center, a residential tower, and a hotel. Over the summer of that year, the CBAC project committee meetings were held, and following city and developer negotiations and CBAC recommendations, that term sheet was revised and a new draft proposed increases in affordable housing units. In August of 2022, the project was determined not to provide sufficient community benefit and was terminated. The next one was, of course, the historic gas plant district development project. So in December of 2023, the development team of Hines and the Tampa Bay Rays proposed a mixed-use development that included office and hotel space, residential units, entertainment, and community space. In the winter of that year, January through February of 2024, the CBAC project committee meetings were held. Then a revised draft term sheet included increased affordable housing units, recommendations surrounding apprenticeship commitments and utilizing disadvantaged workers, and also recommendations around design and construction standards. In July of 2024, our City Council and the Pinellas County Board of County Commissioners approved that deal and its full set of agreements. Unfortunately, as we all know, in July of 2025, City Council unanimously voted to terminate the deal. So that brings us forward to today. And as I mentioned at the start of the presentation, the current Community Benefits Standing Committee met and expressed a desire to discuss potential program changes and enhancements to the program. And they kind of come in two tranches. The first, which I'll go through here, are contemplated changes to the Standing Committee, CBAC Standing Committee, as well as the CBAC Project Committee. So we'll first talk about these proposed changes dealing with the Standing Committee. So as you all know, because you just stepped through it, our current Standing Committee has 2 members appointed by the mayor and 2 members appointed by this body. And they all must be from separate city council districts and complete a financial Form 1. I will make a note that these changes that we're talking about in reference to the CBAC, the composition of the committees, changes to these could be handled by the adoption of a new resolution, whereas we step through some of the changes with the process, those would have to be, that would have to be changed with the adoption of a new ordinance. So the process for changing it is a little bit different. So you can see on the screen, on the left is the Standing Committee, the current structure. And these proposed changes on the right would be increasing the Standing Committee to 6 members. So this would be 3 members appointed by the mayor and 3 members appointed by City Council. Also suggested was to add a clause to encourage but not require that the mayor and City Council consider member expertise in selecting CBAC Standing Committee members, so that it is represented by mission-aligned community advocates and professionals in such areas as real estate, affordable housing, labor, business, workforce equity, and sustainability and resiliency. So some knowledge about the community benefits that would be a part of any. Also in the backup, again, our colleagues in legal have been so wonderful with us. They have they went ahead and drafted a sample resolution, a proposed resolution that was included in the backup, so you could see how these changes would be handled in the document, if it does get brought forward. So then we're moving on to the project committee. So as we know, we have that Standing Committee, meets regularly, advises on the program, and then when we have a project, we would form the project committee. So unlike the Standing Committee members, these members must be from the surrounding neighborhood of a covered project or work or own a business, and they still must complete that financial Form 1. So on the left is our current structure of project committees. So it would be the current 4 Standing Committee members, 2 ad hoc members that are appointed by the mayor, 2 by City Council, and 1 City Council member appointed by the full body. So the proposed changes you can see on the right side of the table. So now we would have 6 Standing Committee members. So that would leave 1 ad hoc member appointed by the mayor, 1 appointed by City Council, and then still 1 City Council member appointed by the full body. So that's kind of the first tranche of changes. The second one, the CBAC really expressed a desire to have kind of an earlier activation time frame for their involvement in the project. They felt on the 2 previously covered projects that they were kind of brought a fully baked agreement already, that the negotiations had already taken place between the city and the developer, and they didn't really feel that they had a great opportunity to provide input on the front end. So we kind of took that back and thought through what would be a way to bring the CBAC in a little earlier. Because currently, what the beginning trigger point for this entire process is the submission of the community benefit impact report. And so we really wrestled with what could then be the beginning, what could trigger this process. So again, I thank our colleagues in legal for their creative thinking. So we came up with this concept of a proposed covered project. So, and this is, and again, I just want to highlight on the backup material, I know there's so many documents that we have here. On the bottom of page, there is a red line, or actually green line ordinance in your backup packet. And this introduction of a proposed covered project is at page 2 of that green line ordinance. You can kind of follow along with us. So this proposed covered project means a project for which the city has selected a developer. City participation in the development is proposed and under evaluation by the city, and the city reasonably anticipates that the city participation value will meet or exceed the minimum threshold for a covered project, even though the actual city participation value and tier designation have not been determined. So if we did incorporate that change, that would then necessitate changes to the standard process, which you could see outlined for you at the bottom of page 5 of that green line ordinance. So the CBAC project committee would be established for a covered project or a proposed covered project. And after the developer's selection, but prior to the determination of the city participation value, the developer must meet with the CBAC. So that's kind of the difference between the current process and these changes that we are contemplating. So this brings the CBAC in earlier so that the developer and the city can hear from them what are the community benefits that are most important to them and to the community so that those can be incorporated into the negotiations. And you can see it here, that the purpose of that meeting is for the developer to present the proposed project concept, the developer's request for city participation, and the developer's proposed community benefits, and to receive input from the CBAC regarding their community priorities, concerns, and desired community benefits. Then the city would conduct a public meeting to seek input from the surrounding neighborhoods and community on the community benefits being proposed for the covered project or the proposed covered project. And that would then feed into the determination of what the final city participation value would be. If it would come that the city participation value does not meet the minimum threshold for a covered project under the CBA article, the city would terminate the standard process for the proposed covered project, and no community benefit agreement is required. However, if the city participation value would mean that the proposed covered project would be a covered project, then the rest of the process, as you know, it would still apply. So the tier designation would still be determined, and the rest of the ordinance, again, would still be in effect. So the bottom part of this slide here is very similar to what we currently have, and you can see it on page 6 of that green line ordinance. So the city and developer shall negotiate and generate a non-binding term sheet. They would seek input from the term sheet from the CBAC at a public meeting. They would draft the CBA, and then there would still, of course, that negotiated community benefit agreement between the city and the developer would still be presented to City Council for consideration and is subject to approval. So I thought what would be a good way to kind of look at this, because again, it's a pretty confusing, it can be a little bit of a confusing program. So what I did here, and I didn't bring this to the EWD committee, but I wanted to give it here to the full body. So on the left is a kind of a distilled down version of the current project timeline. So what the current process looks like. And then on the right side is this new project timeline, what the proposed project timeline is. And then right here in the blue boxes is just showing when the CBAC project committee is established. So here on the left, it would be step 3, but you can see on the right, we're bringing them in a little bit earlier so that they can be involved and inform those negotiations that are happening between the developer and the city. I also wanted to highlight here, because that was a concern that came up during the EWD committee, and it's certainly kind of top of mind for us at the staff level. We certainly do not want to remove any option for the CBAC or the public to participate in the process. So you can see on the left side, the orange boxes are the current opportunities for either the CBAC or the public to provide input on the project and what the community benefits would be. But on the right side, the orange boxes are, again, those same opportunities for public or CBAC input. And you can see they're more on the right side because the city would be holding that CBAC meeting with the developer, an additional one earlier in the process. So I thought that would be a good way to present it and just, make sure that everyone following along knows that we're not eliminating any opportunity for public or CBAC input. In fact, we're adding to it. So now we'll just talk a little bit about some of the input that we got during EWD committee and some of the next steps, and then that will kind of be the end of this presentation. And again, I appreciate you all following along with us, and we really do look forward to all the feedback that you're going to have for us. So again, these are just some concerns that the EWD committee expressed to us. Kind of, it is what would be the priority? Is it, we would then have less ad hoc members if we change the standing and project committee composition? The ad hoc members would go down, so then the folks that were chosen from the surrounding community, there would be less of them. So we would love to get additional feedback from you all on that topic. And also this kind of encouragement of consideration of committee members' background and various community benefit components. That's something that's a CBAC did include in their conversation, but again, we'd love to hear what City Council feels about that particular topic. I did bring it up in EWD, then again, of course you all just stepped through it, that the standing committee, as it is right now, has 4 members from 4 different City Council districts. If we did increase that to 6, it would be, what would be the council's prerogative on that? If we wanted to do 6 different council districts for the 6 members, if we wanted to make it a minimum of 4, we'd love to hear some feedback. Feedback on that topic. And then the other one that we heard certainly from quite a number of council members is the concern, and also was concerns raised from the CBAC themselves, is that related to removing the community benefit impact report and having that report come to the CBAC. And so we just, again, love to have some conversation about that, but we could certainly include new language where some type of precursor document is still required at that initial meeting. So we wouldn't be able to have a document where the final city participation value was enumerated, because of course that would still be under negotiation. But we could certainly require the developer at that initial CBAC meeting to submit a written document. Obviously, if they're responding to an RFP, or if they have an unsolicited proposal, some of that the information is going to be there already, but they could certainly be required at that initial meeting to bring a written document where they're going to outline the project, they're going to give their contemplation of what community benefits could be and what they're considering for city participation value. So that's something we could very easily include. And we could workshop a new name for that document. We could still call it a community benefit impact report. We would just have to change what the definition of that document was, because again, it wouldn't have that final determination of the city participation value. So that's something we definitely could incorporate if that's, again, council's prerogative. So again, we're looking forward to the conversation we're about to have. We're here to take notes and get feedback from all of you, answer any questions. And then, of course, the CBAC, recommended these changes. However, depending on what we decide to do moving forward, council and administration, we certainly be, more than willing to reconvene the CBAC and get their feedback on any kind of suite of we bring forward to you all for final approval.
Thank you. So before I go to council members, I was at the EWD meeting. I didn't have a chance to speak because we ran out of time. But what I want to do, I think we should probably tackle committee first, how the composition and membership issue, settle that question, and then we can talk about the ordinance and all the stuff, so it doesn't all get convoluted. So that way they have the answer as to how this committee should be, and then we'll tackle the other part. But what I'm going to ask you, Andrea, because I have concerns about the changes also made to the committee and the project committee. The whole idea of a project committee is that you have a standing committee, and it could be from all the council districts, whatever, and the project committee happens when there's a project. And those are the people that are going to be most affected.
Absolutely.
And the idea of having people that are not affected being the standing members in the majority, to me, is a problem. And what I was trying to understand is, how is this makeup more helpful to the community most impacted by whatever project it is? Because I cannot, in my mind, understand how having 6 people potentially not being from the surrounding area being the majority on that committee. And where that came from. Because to me, it makes absolute no sense.
So that was a change recommended by members of the CBAC.
Yeah.
So that was not a staff recommended change.
Yeah.
That did come, from the CBAC.
Yeah.
And what the feedback that we got from them was that they would benefit from folks who are more involved in the process, kind of on a year-to-year basis, helping informing those decisions on the project.
Yeah. Well, this is why city council members are here too, because we also are very involved and very engaged in the community and know what's going on and involved in the project. So we also bring some element, but hearing from the community most impacted is actually, I think, one of the most important things that the project committee does. So I can understand that, but we have lots of experts that we hear from, and it's just nice to know that the people that are on the committee are from the neighborhoods that are surrounded, because these projects could be, I know we talked about historic Ashland, but they could be from wherever they are, and you want to make sure those that are most impacted are represented. So, James, sorry.
No problem, Chair Hanowitz. So I believe you all received a memo from Jason Mathis about his, so I won't restate what he said. And again, we're bringing forth recommendations that were approved by the committee, but a couple of the things that at least we heard from that meeting is having people who were there for a longer period of time with a greater experience is more beneficial to the committee than having half the group come in later on. So that was one of the justifications to answer your question. Why did they think this made sense? The other one was the balance of the importance of having people close to the project versus people who are more knowledgeable in certain areas or certain processes that are involved to the committee. And it sounds like maybe that, and I don't know yet, but it sounds like maybe having people in the surrounding areas is more important than having people with the expertise or being on the committee longer. So that was the recommendation from CBAC. And then they also mentioned, and I agree that so if you look at the two projects that came forward, I think there was a comment made that these were large projects and they had a large impact on the city as a whole. It wasn't like, I mean, obviously someone who lives close to the gas plant is impacted, but the entire city was impacted. So the idea that they need, the importance or the preference on being close wasn't as large to the committee as having the expertise and being on the committee for a longer period of time.
And I appreciate that. And I think that's part of that was the balance I think that city council had to deal with. I'm not going to speak to the council members that were back then, but to me it seems very balanced that they had standing committee members. So you had that balance of both the community that's most impacted and kind of more a larger lens from the whole community. And by the way, it's an advisory committee. At the end of the day, those voices are all heard. You hear our voices, and it's a collaborative process with everyone. But there is no evidence to me whatsoever that's been presented that would have changed, first of all, any outcome in what had happened previously. And minimizing the voices of those that are most impacted, to me, there hasn't been a case made for that. So those are my 2 cents on that. Councilmember Fig Sanders.
Thank you. And thank you for the work, Andrea, because of course you know that this was my new business item that I bought because I wanted us to have this conversation, and I appreciate Councilmember Driscoll recommending that we bring this to a committee of the whole because, again, as just stated by Chair Hanowitz, although this is something that impacts the citywide, reducing the voices of the community was a major concern for me. So I know you wanted us to talk about the makeup of the committees, but I have a list here, so I'm gonna see if I can take my list dealing with the committee and focus on that. So the first thing that comes to me with the standing committee is I'm okay with the 3 and 3. I'm sorry. I'm okay with going to 6. But my recommendation was 2 from the mayor and 4 appointed by city council. Because I did hear council members say we currently only have 4 districts represented in the projects. Moving it to 4 city council members, we would have 6. So that was my recommendation. Also in the makeup, in this clause, I'm concerned when we use the word expertise in the community, but I've also heard some knowledge. Those are 2 different things. Those are completely 2 different things. And when it comes to using that word expertise, well, who's to determine that? Because you have a degree or because you have the experience? So that was a recommendation that I would like to have removed. And then I would like for it to say, Mayor, City Council consider members when selecting CBAC standing committee members so that it is represented by mission-aligned community advocates and professionals with experience in sustainability and resiliency. And what you have here in front of me, the first time when I read it, it says advocates and professionals in areas such as real estate. You're telling people where to go. Affordable housing, business, labor, workforce, equity, and sustainability and resiliency. Those are listed last. If I see options where I think I have to choose people from different categories, to me that's limiting the community voice. If we stop at community advocates and professionals and not tell people what areas to select them from, you open up some knowledge for the community to continue to have that voice. So anything that restricts community involvement and community voices, they may not have a degree, but they may have worked in a certain area for 10, 15, 20 years. So who's to determine that? So that's my 2 cents on the standing committee. I think it should be 2 and 4 because it increases district representation. Then going to the proposed change, and then again, it was stated, this process didn't fail those 2 projects. It did not, because I was on CBAC for both of them. And the issues were, and we're gonna go into the ordinance, so let me say that for that, but it had nothing to do with the makeup. Let me just say that. The project committee, okay, Chair Hanowitz kind of beat me to it. Because when you have the standing committee that's actually going to be involved early on in the process, and then it comes to the project committee, well, pretty much it's already been decided before you brought the voices of the community. And by lessening these numbers, 1 from the mayor, 1 from the city council, 1 from, and fortunately today it worked out for us. Because we have, and I can't remember the other gentleman's name, but we have 2 strong new CBAC members that have different perspectives, very different perspectives. So it worked out for us today on that. But to put it in the ordinance, I have an issue with that many numbers of committee members being in the majority over the community. I don't know how we can fix it, but I'm not supportive in because I got the memo, I heard all of that too. But my voice is community. My voice is, the different organizations that are not heard are presented at these tables. And so that's where I am. So that's my 2 cents on the makeup of the committees, I think. Yeah, I think the rest of it is the ordinance. So,
Thank you. Thank you. And then, and just to kind of go back on the committee, the 4 standing committee members only meet on a project once there's a project along with the project committee members at the same time.
Standing committee members can meet at any time.
They can meet at any time, but on the project specifically, when they're considering a project, they're meeting at the same time. They're not getting information separately.
That's correct.
I just want to make that clear that whenever they're just there, they're ready, they can meet any time, they can talk about whatever. But when there is a project, that's when they come together with whatever project committee. There could be 2 different projects going on, and then you're going to have those project committee members from one project meet with the standing committee, and if there's another project and it involves other people. And so I just want to make that clear. Okay.
And one thing, if I may, Chair, to Councilmember Fixander's point, and I think it was brought up last time, we totally agree that the process didn't fail. It's not a problem with the process. The only reason why we're bringing this forward is based on the feedback we got from the standing committee members saying, we believe this could go better, and here's how. Right. It's not because we think it's something like it's a problem. They believe that these recommendations would improve the process, not to say that the process failed or the process is a problem. The standing committee's position is that they were frustrated and they thought that these changes would improve the process based on their lived experience. Right. But I just wanted to make that clear.
Yeah, just like everything we do is iterative, so we now have gone through the process twice and get the CBAC to Mr. Corbett's point, express these.
Go ahead, Councilmember.
Okay, so in response to that, thank you and thank you. And I appreciate their recommendations because I know how it is to be on advisory council and not to have anybody hear what your recommendations are. I get that. The only reason why I'm saying what I'm saying is because, again, I've been a part of that process. And when you have a standing committee, they're the first introduction in regards to the community voices. Again, it worked out for us today, but going into it, they're gonna, and to Councilmember Hanaway's point, they will actually get the information before the project committee. It will not be a parallel work with how that happens. That's how it happened before. So I just want to make sure that the standing committee, which actually has I don't know with I'm trying to get into not changing the ordinance in the lineup as to where they come into it and where to select it. And thank you so much for that chart with how it looks going side by side. That was very, very helpful. So thank you for that, Administrative Corbett. I just want to ensure that the project committee is getting the same information as the standing committee because, as you stated, the standing committee can meet anytime. The project committee can only meet after it has been created. That's my issue, is that they only can convene once they have been created, but the standing committee can meet anytime. They can call a meeting anytime.
Yes.
So that's not a parallel to me. So thank you for allowing me to answer.
Absolutely. Councilmember Driscoll.
Thank you, and thank you for this presentation as a continuation of what started in EWD. I'll reiterate what I said last time regarding the number of and the makeup of the committee. I really have concerns about there not being as many project committee members who are from the surrounding area as there are standing committee members. You have to go back to why we created this in the first place. Why is it called community benefits? This means the community surrounding the project. I understand that there are projects that have impact citywide, but we don't call it the city benefits agreement. It's the community benefits agreement. So we have to stay true to that. That means ensuring that the voice of the community members who are on this committee are at least as strong as the standing members. And I do appreciate and respect the feedback that we got from the CBAC on this, and the rationale being, you have all these new people that come in. They're not new to the community. The standing members have, and I do agree that a consideration should be given for areas of expertise. I think that could be very helpful. I'm really excited that the two members that we have just selected today have deep knowledge of workforce development issues, of environmental issues. That is going to be an incredible asset to everyone on this committee. But you know what's also going to be amazing? The people who are coming from the community that will be most directly impacted by it because they are right there. The neighbors' voice, their experience, their perspective is just as important as that expertise. When you put those together equally, then you can create really good agreements and really good conversations with a developer to talk about all of that. The standing members can lend their insight and their expertise to the community members to fill in those gaps. The community members on the project committee, or the ad hoc members who are from the community can lend to the standing committee members what it's like to be in that neighborhood and what it's going to be like if a project moves forward. So there are benefits to having an equal number here. And I feel very strongly about that. I hope we can keep it the way that it is, because I don't think that's a part that was broken. As far as the areas of expertise, I don't know that it needs to be written into the ordinance in order to be followed and considered. It can be something that you always mention when you start to form, or when you start to go through a selection process for committee members. I think it's enough to leave it at that, at least for now. In 2 years and 4 years, when you all look at this again, you may decide that something needs to be written in there, but for now, I think it's enough just for us to be mindful of that. As far as the committee makeup, that's all I have to say. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Anyone else? Councilmember Gabbard and Vice Chair Floyd afterwards.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I just wanted to ask, maybe I'll first start just with like a legal logistical question. So I pulled up the original resolution for the creation of the standing committee. Well, it creates both. And I just wanted to be clear that, if we were to work on any of this expertise, changing the makeup, any of that, that goes back into a resolution. That is not in the ordinance, correct? Okay, I just wanted to make sure, because I'd heard a couple of different words being used interchangeably, so I just wanted to make sure we were all on the same page. And, I mean, listen, I completely agree with my colleagues who have spoken so far. My greatest concern, and it has been since the beginning, is that we created this in ultimately 2021, and we really settled for half of what we wanted to begin with. And I will continue to bring that up, because I think it's very important that there is always other reiterations when we pass these new policies, but those new reiterations are supposed to make things better. They're not supposed to tinker with them to a place where we lose the true intent of what we originally started with. And that, I think, has been my biggest concern ever since we started this conversation. It's why I wanted it brought for all of City Council to ultimately vote on, because I'm just having a really hard time thinking that even what we're being proposed with the standing committee necessarily will make it better. And I've got some concerns about the expertise. I agree. I don't think that needs to be laid out in a resolution. There are very clear areas of impact, and Andrea, you mentioned it in your very first slide, I think. You laid out business equity, workforce equity and development, sustainability and resiliency, affordable and workforce housing, community priorities. When we just made our appointments today, those are exactly what I looked at. And I took into consideration the individuals who I already know are on the committee. And so I was looking for what would fill in the blanks with these areas of impact. That's how I voted. Now, luckily, the two people I put on my piece of paper were the two people that are filling in the blanks now. So I'm very happy about that outcome. But it also appears to me as though that might be what everybody down the table did. We all looked at this and said, this is where we are supposed to be focusing. And I don't know that that needs to be defined, because my concern, and I spoke with legal about this, McCall, I said this to you the other day, like, the way that we define that, I have full confidence in our legal team that you would be able to create a definition that would work for this body. But it's not always going to be this body. It's not always going to be this administration. And so when we lay these things out, we're setting them up for future reiterations of councils and administrations to then go back and go, oh, well, what did they mean exactly? How was that being used? And then they put their own definition behind it. I just have a lot of concern over that. So I would prefer to leave expertise out of this and let this body and the administration do the work to ensure that we cover those areas of impact. Now, as far as the individuals for the project committee, and even, calling it the project committee, it used to be called the ad hoc. That's what's in the resolution, right? Now we're calling it the project committee, which is fine, semantics. But I just really think that it's important that we do have that direct influence from individuals, and by creating a larger group in the standing and reducing the number of appointments in the, I'm just going to call it ad hoc because that's what we called it then. I don't think we're getting there. And, you know, Councilmember Fig Sanders did a phenomenal job in serving both of these last two reiterations of this usage. But, I mean, if we're going to narrow it down, if that is the will of the body, to narrow it down and only have a couple of individuals, then I would even recommend that maybe we talk about making sure that the council member that's appointed is from that district. Now, I don't want to go there because I don't like these changes at all. But if that's the way it's going to go, then I would bring that up for consideration, because then at least you have one more voice that is from the affected community and will represent all of that district. So that is just something, if that's the way that we're going to go, that's the way I would like to see it, but I don't even really want to go there. My last question then would be about the terms. So if we were to agree to add more standing members, those terms are 3-year terms, correct? I think that's, I've got it pulled up, but I'm not wearing my glasses right now. They're 3-year, are they staggered?
They were staggered originally.
We changed
new term, yeah, now they're on the same 3 years, and each new term for standing members would be 3 years.
Okay. I just, you know, we just appointed, and if there were to be changes made, now we would need to appoint new, and now we potentially have a situation where we've got 3-year terms, but they're not even really beginning and ending at the same time. So now we've kind of created a timing complication based on the fact we had to reappoint now. So I kind of go back to, if it's not broke, why are we trying to fix it? If the question begs too many more questions, to me, the question is not the right one we should be asking. So I'll leave it there.
Thank you. Vice Chair Floyd.
Thanks. I actually don't feel like I need to say very much. My colleagues have covered it. I think the main thing is on the expertise question, I don't want to see that put in there. I think we all look at it and determine based on community involvement of the individuals that apply and their backgrounds. We use that as a consideration. I'm on the Affordable Housing Advisory Committee, and there's like a bunch of expertise requirements from the state there, which I think, you know, has a place. But what I've noticed there is that like it's a certain type of person that gets to be on that committee, and they don't necessarily understand the impacts of what they're doing to people who are not the kinds of people on that committee. That's the nicest way I can say it. So although I love and respect that committee, I don't mean to say anything bad. I just think it could be a little more community focused. Anyway, I don't want to see us get into a situation like that. I think we all take people's backgrounds into consideration. And then when it comes to changing the way the committee's done, I actually heard from some committee members. I understand why this might have gotten brought up, especially when you're on a committee and there's a big turnover. Yeah, you have to get people up to speed. But I think that while they might say it's a hindrance, like I think it's kind of the point as well, like is to have fresh eyes and people who are immediately impacted. So I heard some good ideas from my colleagues as to how to maybe change that a little bit, but you know, it's pretty good how it is. So that's the consensus I'm hearing, so I'm just going to leave it there.
Okay.
Thanks.
Or anything else on this? Sounds like we have a consensus. Okay, so okay, good. So now we move on. That easy for you all. So now we move on to the next part, and we're going to talk a little bit about the ordinance changes that are proposed. I also there's things that I want to go into that actually, and I see you, Councilmember Fig Sanders. There's also things I want to go into that were not proposed that frankly I think were actually relevant, and there are actual changes to the ordinance that we came up, issues that actually came up in the Hines-Reyes deal, where improvements can be made to the ordinance itself. And I want to start this conversation again by asking how these at least the suggested changes are would have changed the outcome either of Moffett or Hines. Because when I look at proposed changes, to me, I'm trying to figure out how would that have changed the outcome at all of whatever they thought was wrong. I know they're trying to improve it or whatever, but the way I see it, for instance, like on Moffett, and the biggest issue on Moffett, to tell you the truth, is we have a community benefits agreement ordinance that does not value or put a value on cancer treatment. That's not in there. It's not in there. And I'm just saying, like, in general, if you think about it broadly, because we have an ordinance, when you look at an ordinance, you're going to look at whatever is in there and what are the issues that we're focusing on. But at the end of the day, that was a critical part that we've heard from our community in terms of how that happened. And this is not to place blame on the committee or on anyone, because there was an ordinance and there are things that you're focusing on, right? And it's prescribed by ordinance. But if that was of value, then what changes could be made to the ordinance to ensure that if a project, whatever it could be, it happened to be a cancer center, it could be something else that's not included in there, and we're not putting the value on that we should, and we're overvaluing affordable housing and work for all this other stuff. Cancer treatment is as important, and it does bring jobs. So I'm just saying, like, that's the struggle that I have when we're having these conversations about making changes to an ordinance. And then when I look at what they went through, some of the real issues that were the crux of the issues, I think, are not really addressed by these suggested changes. And I hope you understand where I'm getting at in terms of, like, the Moffett deal. And the Hines and Rays, I will say this. Frankly, I'll be honest with everyone, I don't think that would have changed at the end. And I will just put that out there. The deal was going to be the deal that it was going to be, and I don't think starting it earlier would have changed the outcome on that. So, James.
So two questions. For the first, I think, or the last comment you made, I believe, and I'll have to go back and maybe Andrew or Liga, you can correct me if I'm wrong. I believe there was a change after the TPA Moffett negotiation where we added a language in there that says other benefits as proposed by the developer to allow them to say cancer treatment is a community benefit and we want to use this. And so that language was added. Okay. So that would address, but it was added after
it was
TPA Moffett. But right now, if something like that were to happen again, and let's say it was whatever, it was a workforce development.
Right.
And so they could say, well, that's not a good example, but something that's not in the list.
Right.
They could say, we are providing a community benefit that's not on this list, but here's why it's a community benefit, and we could consider that.
Okay.
That is currently in the language now.
And I want to make that clear, because that was one of the main issues with the Moffett. And then, so now we're left with the next issue, which Hines and Rays, and how that developed, and maybe some of the shortcomings that people felt, whether it was through process, through the committee, or otherwise, or the agreements. I just want us laser focused, just like we were talking about, how whatever proposed changes are actually going to really improve it.
Yep. And I don't want to speak for the CBAC. Again, these recommendations came from the standing committee. I would tend to agree that changing the makeup would not have changed the outcome. Right. What they expressed, and again, this is what was explained to us, what they expressed is by getting it later on, they didn't have the opportunity to say, hey, let's throw 50 more workforce units in there, because that 50 units would affect land value and all these other things. And had they had the opportunity, again, this is how they explained it, had the opportunity early on before we got into the negotiations to say, we really want 50 more units and we don't care about this other thing, that the developer could have adjusted, maybe taking away something that the community said they weren't interested in and bumped up something that the community said they were interested in. And that's easier to do if you get it earlier on. And that's how they explain potentially how the process may have been different.
Now explain this to me, because we all know that a lot of the times we were rushed through the Hines-Rays agreement in terms of city council making decisions and pushing the process, and it's all starts going very fast. How, practically speaking, and maybe legal can help me out with this, in terms of involving, because last time when administration or whenever they're negotiating, a lot of times it's confidential negotiations. And at what point, because you have parties that are working through negotiations, at what point is this going to happen? And when does council get involved? Because now CBAC is going to get involved. I'm just trying to understand those dynamics, because you know very well that these negotiations do not just happen in a day. They take a long time. Now you're going to go and insert something else into it. I don't know about the confidentiality stuff, and then bringing city council in. So I'm just curious at how this would work out with these suggested changes, practically speaking, when it involves negotiations.
Practically speaking, by having this discussion early on, where there is no term sheet, there is no deal that's developed, it is a lot easier, because at this point, the developer would be saying, based on our proposal, here is what we're proposing for community benefits. We're proposing these 5 things as community benefits. At that point, they haven't negotiated with the city on whether that is sufficient or we want to move something around. The community has the opportunity to say, we love those 5 things, we love 3 of the 5 things, but we want these other things. We want all of this, none of that. And they would, again, because it would be a discussion, they would make their voices known, but at that point, nothing is in writing.
Right.
And what really takes the long time is how do you actually put into contract to make sure that what you want actually happens.
Right.
So because this is happening before that, I think it is practical, because it would be so early on. At that point, we're not trying to determine how we're going to actually make this work. We're just trying to understand what it is that the community wants. The work later on, which takes longer, is how do we actually put this into a set of agreements and make sure that it happens, and if they don't do it, what happens? That's the thing that takes the most time. And I'm not an attorney, but I think that legal would agree that that's the part. If we tried to change something at that point, then it's difficult.
Okay.
Adding suggestions early on,
very early
is
on.
really easy.
Okay. And so I just want to be clear as to when in the process, because sometimes we get and we're asked for feedback very early on, and you don't even know what you're giving feedback on because you don't know enough information. So that's why I'm curious at how this is going to play out, because sometimes you're so early that it's just, you don't even know. I mean, you're saying things, but you have no idea the exact what it is that's going to be negotiated, what are the issues or anything. So I'm just curious how this is going to work out. So I'm going to hear from council members. Councilmember Fig Sanders.
Thank you, and thank you for that explanation. And so I am in full agreement about CBAC being in earlier. What I don't agree with, well, I'm not saying don't agree with. First of all, according to my notes, I want to remove the streamline process, because that takes away some of the community benefits and the obligation of the developer. So why have a CBA if they can pick 2 or 3 things, streamline it, and go straight through the process? That I do want to remove. The community impact report, whatever we want to call it. One of the issues with the Moffitt TPA is when we had the first public town hall or meeting, they had 0 information. It was so unclear. We didn't know where they were going from and what they proposed as community benefits. So the plus of having the CBAC come in early is that the developer is going to have the information before they come and talk to the community. And that was one of the downfalls with that particular project. So having the CBA come in and work in parallel with the information that the city is getting, you're right, Administrator Corbett, it's easier to say we rather have this, we rather have that, instead of CBAC coming later into the process, which is how it has happened in the past. And so I agree about that earlier. If they're there and they're volunteering, and we've gone through all of the gyrations of making sure that we have a substantial CBAC to actually vet these projects, then I think their opinion should be considered. I think everything that they bring to the table should be heard and considered. And then one of the things that I heard in regards to the community impact report is that was the trigger for determining the city contributions. Well, not really. Because once CVAC has gone through and heard what the developers are wanting to bring to the table, and once we come to an agreement where the city is working collaboratively with the CVAC and what that outcome looks like and what it takes to get us there, that's where we determine what tier, what city involvement is, because now you've heard both voices. I'm trying to think what else I have on there. But again, with that being said, what we had before, I think worked, but I think because of the new gyrations of the Moffitt and TPA, that piece, none of these changes will impact it other than the CBAC being involved earlier. I am in total agreement with that because I've sat on these advisory councils before, and there's nothing more discouraging than to have our residents come, volunteer their time, provide their input and their feedback and recommendation for them not to be heard. And so to Chair Henwood's point about when does it come to council, well, of course, it shouldn't come to us until after the term sheet has happened. However, with the CBAC that we have full faith in being a part of the negotiations, and I know they can't be a part of the secret negotiations that's going on, I don't know if there's a process where we can input some of that happenings to the CBAC. Of course, they're not a part of the negotiation process, but do they have to wait until the very end once we get the term sheet in order to be able to give input? Because to me, the CBAC is the crust of what it is that we're trying to change. Everything else, if it's not broke, don't fix it. It wouldn't have happened, especially with the Moffitt TPA one. None of the, well, and especially with the Hines. What I saw, none of these changes would have prevented those, but since we are proposing changes to the CBAC, and I'm not saying that I'm actually supporting changing those either, but I do believe that the CBAC should be considered earlier and their voices should be heard earlier, the ad hoc project committee, whatever we're calling it, because as council members, as it's been stated, we'll get things when the cake is already baked. And it's like either you say yes or either you say no, but then when you look at the unintended consequences of either decision, we have no further impact or input as to what is happening there. So I want to remove the streamline process because you get more community benefits based on the tiers. And also I don't know if everybody received it, but the comment was made last time about the settling for 50% of what was originally presented, and I did receive something with some of those changes because I couldn't remember. I met with Dr. Whitney and also Mr. Harbiner and also Gypsy Gallardo to help remind me, and I don't know if everybody received this, but I did, and I'll be glad to share it if legal says that I can or if the chair says that I can. But I asked for something to be given to me with some of the changes that we asked, some of the things we asked for in the CBA that we did not get. And so I have it, and I don't know if we can circulate it. We're not voting on anything, but this is more informational. And did you all get this?
No, we did not get it.
Okay, well, I will give it to you. You can look at it, you cannot. But these are some of the things that we did ask for that we did not get. And that was the whole reasoning for my new business item, is because I wanted to celebrate the successes, but I also wanted us to not forget what we initially asked for and what we settled for. So I'm going to leave that part there as far as ordinance changes, but I agree with everything that my colleagues have said to this point. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Givens and then Councilmember Gabbard.
Thank you very much, and I'm glad we are discussing this, so thank you very much to my colleagues for all your statements that have been expressed. I echo a lot of those sentiments. I will say, for me, I just wonder, are we really addressing the real issue? Which is, when we talk about community benefits, are we giving away more than we're receiving? What is the community's return on the investment? And so for me, I want to make sure that if we're going to make improvements to the process or the agreement itself, I just want to make sure that it has some real teeth. So I think it was you, Mr. Corbett, who said something earlier about how do we put all these benefits or all these requests into a contract. So this is the first time I've been on this side. Since discussing all this, I watched it all as a member of the community. I've served on standing committees, and I've always wondered, how do we really get what we're asking for? How do we ensure that it's going to be legally binding? Because a lot of times I feel like we check the box, we say we're gonna have these ad hoc committees, and there's never really, and the committee is formed of community members, but there's never really an opportunity for the community to get what they're recommending or what they're asking for. And I know a lot of times, it's very difficult to ensure later on in the conversations, but I think early on in conversations with developers, we should be making sure that there is something that will be legally binding to ensure that the problems are addressed, whether it's inclusion, housing, workforce development, jobs, public land, whatever that may be. My question for legal, I guess, is how do we ensure that, again, if we're making improvements, be it to the agreement or to the process, the benefits that these good folks who are serving, that are requesting, that they are enshrined into law?
So I would say, here's my take on it, council member, that this isn't, first and foremost, it's an advisory committee. And obviously, the advisory committee doesn't bind council, administration, or the developer. That said, if what you are looking for is to ensure in some way, or attempt to ensure, that the recommendations from the committee are making their way into an agreement, to me, that's you exercising your vote and input as a council member. One way to do it would be through some type of additional reporting process, potentially, where you can get the specifics. I mean, you'd already be able to see the minutes, but watch the meeting or get the minutes or ask for some type of report so you can see point by point exactly what they are recommending. Typically, that would already occur. And if you compare that to an agreement and you don't see everything or the things that are important to you make their way in, to me, that's how you control it, is by not being supportive of the contract because it doesn't adequately reflect what the committee recommended.
Gotcha, I appreciate that. So with all that being said, I want to back up to the Raise Hines agreement. With the recommendations that were made, it doesn't look like a lot of it entered the agreement. So I would like to, again, give this standing committee more muscles to flex. And I don't know where that will be, how it works itself into the process, but if it's bringing them in earlier, that's what I support. Any other recommendations that are on the table or any other ideas or suggestions, I just want to make sure, again, when people step up and they offer their time to serve and they offer very, very valid recommendations, that they're heard. I get what you're saying, and I appreciate that, legal, that we have our vote and our voice. Thank you. But I want to make sure that the voices are heard as well of these standing committee members. I think the support had something to say. Thank you.
Yep.
Just a couple of things. I didn't want to get too far along, and I'll address them, and just for my own purposes, forget. So part of what we brought today is to obviously bring forward recommendations from the standing committee, and I appreciate the discussion so far. With the direction on the first portion of it was very clear, and that's easy for us. We don't have to change anything. Councilmember Fig Sanders mentioned another potential change that we haven't talked about, and that part of this discussion today is to understand, are there any other things that council would like us to look at it as it relates to the community benefits agreement. So she mentioned eliminating the streamlined process, and I'd like to, if possible, have some additional discussion on that, because that's the first that I've heard about it. Well, we haven't really discussed it. It's not the first I've heard about it, but we haven't discussed it. So if there's an opportunity, I want to get into that. And then to Councilmember Givens' point, and again, I'm going to defer to legal on this, when he asked about the ability for the committee to flex their muscles, if you will, with the negotiation, and I've experienced this with the Hines raise, it's a back and forth, and no one has the ultimate authority. Someone could say, I want this in there, and the other party could say no, right? So there's an agreement, and I don't know that there's anything that we could do that would force a developer, for example, the penalties, that you have to have penalties at 3, 6, 9, 12, and 15 years. Now, our muscle could be, well, you have no deal. Like, that's one way to do it. But often what happens is there is a give and take till we find a happy medium or balance that we believe, represents the city's interest in our legal team does an excellent job of protecting the city, and I don't think we could have gotten through that negotiation without having what I believe to be the best legal team around. That being said, though, we weren't able to just demand or say this is what you're going to do. It is a negotiation, and I don't know if there's anything that we could write that would change that. That's the way in reality these things go.
Yes, go ahead.
If I can just respond,
Yeah,
Mr.
yeah.
Corbett, and I get that. That makes complete sense. Obviously, I get that private property rights, but what I'm looking for is for maybe an opportunity for us to stiffen those penalties. If someone does not follow through with what they said they're going to do, then these are our options as city government. That's what I'm looking for, is how can we stiffen those penalties? Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. And look, you made a very good point in terms of how do we know what we're getting? Well, you know how we know what we're getting? You read the agreement. And the agreement pretty much tells you what we're getting. And some of the things that I want to talk about at some point, I'll give you an example. Our ordinance says that city participation is based on a city appraisal. It doesn't have a date. How old is the appraisal going to be? 3 years, 4 years, 5 years? We can put here on our city, on that ordinance there, and say, well, no, the appraisal can't be, so many days, so many years. So, I mean, is that a typical thing? Like, how typical is an appraisal, date in an agreement, like where you just say, well, it's going to be no later than 6 months old or something like that?
Yeah, I'd say it's actually similar to what I think the concept that Councilmember Givens mentioned. In my experience, typically, how the scope of it, the type of appraisal, and the timing of the appraisal is usually dictated by council as a condition to, unless the appraisal is this type of appraisal within this time period, then you don't approve the agreement.
That's right.
But certainly, the more specifics related to the appraisal could absolutely be included in the ordinance.
So there are things like, and I had gone through it, and there are things that I brought up that are in the ordinance that were not part of this discussion, or at least part of the presentation, but when I read it, I thought can be clearer, lessons learned, and seeing things from the Heinz rays, well, we can make this language a little stronger and making sure we have an appraisal that's dated by whenever. We had a discussion on sustainability, and I know Sierra Club and others that were concerned about, the standards that were in the agreement, and there was a change made. I had brought up the issue on the agreement that the only word that it said was design. It didn't include the word implement, okay? Our ordinance allowed them to do that agreement that way because the language in the ordinance basically says that they can provide an alternate or equivalent green building standard for LEED Silver, but it doesn't say it has to be equal or greater than. You can add equal or greater than, and now you can ensure that you don't have that issue in the next agreement. And so there are things like that in the ordinance that can actually be solidified to ensure that the issues that we find important, they're going to have more teeth in the agreements. And those are a couple. I have a few more. But I wanted to make sure that I shared that with you, and it was a good point. Councilmember Gabbard.
Thank you, Chair. So it's been a lot discussed so far, so I'm going to try not to be redundant, but I just do want to echo, and I think I said it in EWD as well, that, I certainly think that there is value in this discussion around bringing in the committee earlier. I guess the devil's in the details about how we do that to ensure that when they are brought in, there is not something that's already baked. Like that's what we keep hearing. That's what the standing committee has advised, is that's how they felt. And I think this, if you want to pull this up, the current project timeline and the proposed changes side by side, this is very helpful to organizing all of my thoughts around specifically the impact report, and how it can still fit in here. Because I don't want us to do away with the impact report. Like, it's kind of a hard stop for me. Once you say we're going to do away with that impact report, I don't really hear anything else you say after that, because that just isn't, for me, an option. So I'd like to kind of understand, yes, it has moved up one step, but developer requests public participation in project for me, I feel like that is where maybe that impact report still comes in. Or city has reasonable expectation of project participation. And I also wrote down the words from an earlier slide, is that a project is under evaluation. So legal, how are those words defined?
Because I'll start off. I mean, I think as indicated, that was an attempt to try to provide some alternative. I will never sit here, as I have said many times before, and say that that term has an exact objective meaning.
Right.
It absolutely has a degree of subjectivity to it. That said, it was a concept in light of what was brought up that we thought was at least worthwhile of consideration, but it's only one idea.
Well, I mean, hanging on to those words in the state that we're in right now with the current reiteration of the historic gas plant, I would say that there is something, quote, under evaluation and, quote, reasonably anticipated. So if those are the words that we're using, I feel like where we're living right now, we should be activating a CBAC. Like, I mean, I don't know. It just, those words, I think, give a lot of interpretation or leave themselves open for interpretation. And so I don't know, without the impact report, I still am just so cautious about these changes that I just don't feel as though, I don't think we're there with when that trigger really is going to be executed that's going to reach the intended outcome.
So thank you so much, Councilmember Gabbard. So this is, again, it's a green line ordinance. So this language of the proposed covered project. So it would be, again, it would have to hit, these three, it would have some framework to it. So the city would have had selected a developer. So the environment we are in right now wouldn't necessarily, mean that we would sit a CBA project committee or ad hoc committee. The city participation in the development is proposed by the developer, and the city is evaluating it. And the city reasonably anticipates that participation value would trigger one of the tiers. So there are some, the proposed covered project, there are some guardrails up to define what that would mean.
So it's an and, not an or. So it has to hit all, if you want to go back to that, it has to hit all three of those?
Correct.
So it's and, not or.
Correct.
Got it. Okay,
And
that answers that
Councilmember,
question.
typically, for just adding one more point, could you get back to the other slide? I mean, I think the reasonably anticipates would be based on the proposal received.
Right.
And any other additional information that would add to that in terms of a calculation. But that's the thing that would stand out to me of what would be the primary basis for determining whether the city reasonably anticipates the participation value meets or exceeds that minimum threshold.
So essentially, with what is being proposed here, with this being an and on all three of these, then essentially the ad hoc committee, a selection would already be made by that point in time.
Correct.
Okay, I just want to be clear on that. And then back to the conversation, James, I'd love to get into the streamline process since it was brought up already once. I have a note here about it because that's another thing in this proposed project timeline and all of this is there really isn't much mention of the streamline process. So I want to understand with these proposed changes in front of us, where does it fall in? I kind of had to go back and review what happened in 2023 when we made those last changes. And I remember I did ultimately vote for those changes, but the streamline process was the place where I had the greatest heartburn. And Councilmember Fig Sanders and Councilmember Floyd did not vote for those changes. They narrowly passed. And while we haven't seen those utilized yet, I would love to talk about, is there a world in which we do just go ahead and decide to get rid of that today, knowing that we're in a very different place as a city than I think we were in 2023? I'd be open to talking about that again.
So I would be as well. I would say that so far, no one has looked to take advantage of the streamlined process.
Right.
I personally believe it's because of what's in there. It's beyond, they would prefer to go through the iterative process than to just commit to all these things.
Yeah.
So I think the likelihood that someone would select it is low, but I believe that it's low because the streamlined process is requiring,
So rigorous.
it's requiring more than what most people would be willing to
Which
agree
was the
to.
only reason I was okay with it in 2023.
Right.
Had we not built all of that in there, I would have been a no then on those changes. So I would be very open to that, but I'm just still not there with, does this really bring them in sooner? And I'm definitely not there with getting rid of the impact report. Like, that's
That
a
was-
non-starter.
And so you'll see, and I just pulled this slide back up.
Yeah, yeah.
And that was something that we definitely heard from the EWD committee is, and I'm sure the CB, I mean, I don't want to speak for them, but I'm sure they would, that was a concern that they brought up when we met with them, is they did want something on paper presented to them. So the community benefit impact report as defined in the ordinance does require the city participation value to be enumerated, but we could certainly require a written document, like a precursor document at that first meeting, they're number 2 on the right side, where they would, kind of put all the project specifics, what they're contemplating for community benefits. So there is something on paper for the CBAC to weigh in on at that first, at that first meeting. And I chatted with legal about it this week, and they said that absolutely we can put a new definition in there. We can still call it a community benefit impact report if we want. We
Change
just
what
have-
it is.
Change what it is, so
Right.
that there would still be kind of meat on the bone, if you will, when you get there, when you get there with the CBAC, so they have something to look at, understand, the concept of the project, and then they could weigh in on that suite of community benefits if it's something that they really feel the community would like, or if they'd like to go a different direction and help inform the negotiations.
Got it. All right, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I just want to highlight again, we're talking about when the report is, the city participation value is included, which is based on an appraisal, which we don't have a requirement for a date in our ordinance, which we should. Councilmember Fig Sanders.
Thank you. In the interest of time, and I really do appreciate the conversation, and thank you so much for acknowledging the value of the MBI. I don't know if this is a question for legal or not, because this definitely, obviously, has to continue, this conversation. So based on the new business item that I have, do we just need to send this back to the committee as a work through, or can we do the work through in a cow? What do you think?
No,
Bring
we
it
can
back
do this
here?
here. We can
Okay.
do it, we can do it
Okay.
here. And also, if there's consensus on the streamline, based on what administration says, we can also deal with it here too.
Okay.
Like
well then-
today.
Well, do I need to make a motion that we can definitely continue this conversation at
You don't
the next
need to.
available? I
You don't need to, you don't need
Okay,
to.
I want to make sure that this does not go away, because I'm not going to let it go away, but I just want to make sure that there's, the opportunity for us to continue this conversation, because I think administration has a whole lot of feedback from us today, that they can bring something back to us, to actually have that conversation, because the streamlined piece, the standard process was presented, but the streamline was not. And so
Yeah.
I don't know what the makeup of the next presentation would be, but I definitely want and now that you all have the what we wanted and everything that we did not get, to actually review that conversation as well. So if you could gladly oblige my request for another opportunity to continue this discussion at another cow.
Yeah, no, we can continue having the conversation.
Can I just ask a quick question?
Yes, Councilmember Gabbard.
Between now and then, can administration, would you meet with all of us individually so that we can, continue to talk about, like, you're all going to take this back and come up with some more changes, and then I think it would be beneficial to have some one-on-ones about this, and then that way when you come back, you kind of have already gathered our consensus, and you can bring us something that hopefully we'll be able to, talk about and come up with a solution. So, yeah, that would be, I think, preferred.
Okay. Seeing no other hands, I'm going to mention a couple of other things that I saw because we're in the sunshine. I obviously mentioned the appraisal and appraisal dates in the ordinance. Also, total construction costs, the definition of total construction cost says the city may use any evidence at its disposal to estimate such cost, including but not limited to estimates from developer per square foot approximation methods. I think that's very broad. I think it should either be standard industry costs or sworn cost estimates or independent cost reviews, depending on certain thresholds. This it's loosey-goosey, the language, the total construction cost here. And any evidence, maybe it should be like competent substantial evidence. I mean, it should be not exactly what they give us, but it should have more teeth to it, where there has to be maybe an industry standard or sworn cost estimates from them, not just like, well, it's going to cost us so much. There should be more, and I don't know legal if what I'm asking for, if that is something that can be done legally.
Sure.
Yeah. Just to make sure that whatever numbers we're getting are verifiable. I don't like the streamline, this is part of the streamline process, but if there's not, the affordable housing, the 150,000 per residential unit, I don't like a static number. There should be, like, if that number changes, whether it goes higher or lower, the language should be flexible based on what the market condition is. Because that 150 could go higher. And so it's a static number, and the language should understand what the market is at the time. Let's see here. I mentioned already the LEED Silver standards, where if you're doing something that's equivalent, it should say same or greater than, just to make sure you're getting the same thing. And there were some other notes somewhere, and I could mention those at a one-on-one, but I've covered a few with you in terms of language and making language stronger in the ordinance. Okay? Anything else from the committee today? This has been a great conversation. I hope, administration, you've gotten some of what you wanted and some answers in some direction from 7 council members today. So hopefully we can get something back and have those one-on-ones. And I appreciate everyone for being engaged today. I appreciate all the applicants that came here today and applied for the advisory committee. It is important work, and for those that have served. So thank you all. This meeting is adjourned.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
That was a lot.
My name is Shakayla Berthelo, and I am the first to graduate from the Gibbs High School EMT program and get hired on with St. Pete Fire and Rescue. A trailblazer is someone who is a discoverer, a creator, who takes risks. They aren't afraid to put themselves out there, and they're constantly trying to better themselves, not only for personal growth, though, for those around them. They're leading and they're bringing people with them. It's called the EMT program, EMT Preparatory Program at Gibbs High School. It's essentially 3 years long, and you'll go through what's the traditional EMT program that people would do outside of doing it through high school. But the classes that you take your sophomore, junior, and senior year are preparatory classes, kind of set you up for what you're going to encounter when you start EMT school. It was definitely challenging for sure, and a lot of hardships to get over, but I wouldn't trade it for anything in the world because it set me up for this. Like, it gave me a ridiculous amount of opportunities, and I am so, so grateful for that. Growing up, I think I had two pretty important trailblazers. One would probably be Shirley Chisholm, who was the first Black female to join the U.S. Congress. It was monumental, especially at that time, because you didn't see a lot of strong Black females in positions like those. And also, Madam C.J. Walker, she's the first Black millionaire in America. She started her own hair care line for Black natural hair. And I think that is also incredible. Those are probably the two biggest trailblazers I had growing up. Just kind of let me know that if they can do it, I can do it, no matter what it is. I am a representation of you can do it. You set your mind to it and you can do it. Absolutely, do not hesitate, do it, because you can. So I say for people who are kind of struggling with that, or like struggling with the confidence of not being able to do something, I say just do it. Just do it, because you're only hurting yourself by not doing it. So just put yourself out there. You never know what's gonna happen.
We have a plan, Housing Opportunities for All, that shoots for 9,000 units by 2030, and we are making progress every day. We've got investment and plans going forward to try to meet that goal.
We have a brand new building that's been designed to be used as a laboratory, but it was also designed to withstand hurricanes.
So before we moved in, we actually did a tour. And just seeing their expressions on their face was priceless. And they couldn't believe that this is our building.
Selfishly, I'm thrilled we get to enjoy this here in District 1 on a daily basis. Thank you for joining us on one more piece of art that makes St. Petersburg a beautiful place to live.
What do you see? What do you notice? A shell. A shell?
One, two, three. Yeah!
Across St. Petersburg, progress is happening. This is what it looks like.
So a gentleman by the name of Percy Fansler had an idea of using an airplane, because back then a flight was basically just a novelty, right? So a lot of air shows and stuff like that, so that he had an idea of flying from point A to point B on a schedule, just like a train. Unheard of, but who the heck would do that? Nobody was gonna fly on a plane when you had a good old train. They arranged for Thomas Benoit and his airboat company to come to St. Petersburg. Roger and Tony Janis came with them, their chief pilot and mechanic / engineers. January 1st, 1914, they pushed that bad boy, that Benoit airboat, into the water, and 22.5 minutes later, landed in Tampa in the world's first commercial airline flight. Would you have flown in that plane?
I believe I would have. I think I would have.
The new Minority and Women Business Enterprise Program, referred to as the MWBE program, aims to promote business and economic development for minority-owned business enterprises and women-owned business enterprises in the St. Pete area. Equity and business opportunities are key priorities in Mayor Ken Welch and his team's agenda, and one of his 5 pillars for progress. The MWBE will be administered by the City of St. Petersburg's Office of Supplier Diversity, created to promote fair and equal business opportunities, ensuring equity in contracts and procurement for all members of our community who want to do business with the City of St. Petersburg. The city awards millions of dollars in contracts each year for services, supplies, and construction, which results in the creation of a wide variety of opportunities. The new MWBE program will create participation percentage requirements, providing more opportunities for St. Pete's diverse business community. For more information on qualifications, eligibility, and how to apply, visit stpete.org/MWBE.
Fire Tech Echo, Engine 5, District 10, District 5, Engine 4, structure fire.
If you truly want to be part of the best, then St. Pete Fire Rescue is for you.
I love this job. We have no idea what's gonna happen every shift. We just go to work. We don't know when the wind's gonna come.
When the public calls on us, it's normally their darkest times and their darkest moments, and they depend on us.
We have to trust each other. In a fire, all we have is the team.
You know, we go into some very dangerous situations sometimes, so we need that feeling like there's someone there right along with you.
The spectrum of how we positively impact every person in our community is huge.
St. Petersburg Fire Rescue responds to over 60,000 calls per year. Of those 60,000 calls per year, over 70% are medically related.
We are fire and EMS. We are one team together, but we also have a lot of other avenues that a firefighter or firefighter paramedic can progress in their career.
St. Petersburg has specialty teams, technical rescue team, a dive team, and the hazardous materials team. So it's above and beyond the normal fire training that you get.
It takes a hardworking, selfless person with some good moral character. There's a lot of pride in this job and a lot of tradition that comes with it as well.
We're called to keep the citizens safe, but also keep each other safe. And you have to have that passion, that want to, that drive to not only do better, but be better.
I joined the military. I became a firefighter in the Air Force. It was a natural progression from the military service to a paramilitary organization such as St. Pete Fire Rescue.
The fire department is a semi-military organization, so we take direction through a chain of command. We train to an exhaustive level. We feel that the more you train, the better prepared you are to go.
I went through the cadet program. It was an awesome opportunity. Not only do they take you under the wing, they pay for your education, fire academy and EMT school.
We depend on each other. We live in an intimate setting. We live like in a house, and we're very much like a nuclear family.
It's brothers and sisters. We have our fun times. We like to play with each other. The best parts are always lunch and dinner, because when everyone sits at the table, we go over how our 2 days were when we got off, see what everyone's doing.
It's where you grow as a person. You kind of learn life lessons. Camaraderie is very important. It makes the job easier, not so much of a job.
You know, we're here every third day, so we treat this just like we treat our house. We have to clean the bathrooms just like we clean the bathrooms, take out the trash, make sure it looks good, clean the trucks, inventory the trucks. You take care of it just like you take care of your home.
Every station has a gym with full equipment.
The department's training division is very involved in health and fitness initiative.
We have an extensive behavioral health program. We assess risk within the fire department in 3 main areas. One is behavioral health, physical fitness, and on-the-job duties that we do, and then in training.
In St. Petersburg Fire Rescue, it's important to us to have a fire response service that reflects the community that we serve.
St. Petersburg is a very diverse city, and we can all work to reach a common goal together.
We've had folks that come to us and reach out to us, and that's the kind of trust we're looking for with our public.
One of our biggest programs is our Home Safe program, which provides free smoke alarm installations to City of St. Petersburg homeowners. Another big component is public education and community outreach. We provide public education on fire safety and injury prevention to citizens of all ages.
To me, being on the front lines as a first responder, I'm blessed every single day. There's no better feeling when you lay your head down at night and you're like, wow, I really had a hand in helping.
It's hard work, but it's hard work towards doing something great.
I know for a fact that I work for a really good fire department. It's an extreme honor.
You want to do something you love, this is the place. If you want to be the best, this is the place. You can't get any better place to work.
I'm Dan Gulick. Join our team.
Hola, me llamo Teresa Bieber Rishi. Únete a nosotros.
제 이름은 김희경입니다. 세인트 피터스버그 소방관에 가입하세요.
I am Aaron Walton. Join our team.
Hi, my name's Barbara Stallbird, and I work for the City of St. Petersburg Parks and Recreation Department, and I'm here to talk about debris. No matter what type of storm we experience, there's a certain way that debris needs to be handled. First, it needs to be separated. It needs to be separated by vegetative debris, which would be trees and limbs, construction and demolition debris, which would be flooring and drywall, and also household goods such as appliances. Step 2, placement of your debris is very important. Place your debris on the curb, not on the street and not on the sidewalk. This will allow the call to come and grab the debris. Pro tip, never put your debris next to infrastructure or any obstruction for the claw to grab the debris, such as near a fire hydrant, a mailbox, a sign, or even under a tree. Number 3, please do not place your debris in bags. Monitors need to be able to view the debris to ensure that it's not mixed. And remember, always keep up to date with what's going on before, during, and after a storm at St. Pete FL.
My name is Coach Ty Wood. I'm the owner of Berg Body Fitness. My mission with my company is to help people feel confident and comfortable in their naked body. I am passionate about bringing fun community fitness to St. Pete. People can start their fitness journey at any point of their life. Sometimes it can be high pressure. I try to alleviate that and give them a safe space that they can just enjoy themselves, because when you're having fun doing something, you want to do more of it. I am a 14-year Army veteran, so I didn't have a choice but to do fitness when I was in the military. So I think after I got out of the military and I went to school and I started studying exercise science, I realized that it was something that I had a passion for. I linked up with Healthy St. Pete. I volunteer a cardio kickboxing class every first Tuesday of the month, and that was kind of like our first interaction. And then from there, like, I kind of just became like their fitness person. Being active myself just gives me a better quality of life, and it helps me feel like my inner child's hero.
To address St. Pete's growth and rising housing costs, Mayor Welsh launched the Housing Opportunities for All plan in April of 2023. It is a multi-year plan that will help residents settle, stay, and feel stable in St. Pete. Housing affordability is a key element in Mayor Ken Welsh and his team's agenda, and one of his 5 pillars for progress. The next milestone in the Housing Opportunities for All plan is the citywide expansion of the Rebates for Affordable Residential Rehabs program, previously only offered in the South St. Pete CRA. The program provides rebates to eligible homeowners to make improvements to their properties, making it easier to stay in their homes. Examples of potential improvements covered by rebates are structural repairs, roof replacement, electric and plumbing upgrades, window and door replacement, HVAC replacement, insulation upgrades, kitchen and bath upgrades, and accessory dwelling unit construction. For more information on qualifications and how to apply, visit stpete.org/home rebates.
Hey guys, Ken Welch, Mayor of St. Petersburg. Now I'm with Dex Fabian, the publisher of I Love the Burg. Thank you for being here with us on our Sunrunner tour. Tell us how this changes life in St. Petersburg.
Coming from New York, one of the things I missed was mass transit. And I think having something like the Sunrunner now actually happening in St. Pete after so long, it's a game changer. Riding it today got us from point A to point B so much faster. Don't have to worry about parking. It just makes life so much easier for locals and even tourists.
And I think it helps us to change the culture. We really don't have a transit culture here.
Yeah, so I think this is a good starting point for more developments in our mass transit system.
Thank you for being with us, Dex. We'll talk to you next time on our Sunrunner tour.
Hi, my name is Megan Orlando. I'm the Emergency Management Specialist for the Office of Emergency Management in St. Petersburg, Florida. I'm here to talk about Alert Pinellas. Alert Pinellas is our emergency notification tool. That's how we get our emergency notifications out to the public and to our communities. Alert Pinellas can distribute a wide range of notifications, watches and warnings for tornadoes, storm surge, high winds. It can alert for shelter evacuations, for boil water notices, and hazardous materials incidents. You can register for Alert Pinellas using the link on the screen. You can register with your email, with text messages, or to receive a phone call. Pro tip, you can add the Alert Pinellas phone number to your phone, so that way you know when you're getting a call from us. Opting into Alert Pinellas is the best way to ensure that you receive emergency notifications from your partners at the City of St. Pete and Pinellas County. Every storm creates its unique hazards, so follow city socials to stay up to date on the most important information.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the March 12th, 2026 Housing, Land Use, and Transportation Committee meeting. We'll call this meeting to order. Will the clerk please call roll?
Floyd.
Here.
Harding.
Here.
Driscoll. Gabbard.
Here.
Gibbons.
Here. Thank you. Committee members, we have an agenda before us. Do I have a motion for approval?
Move.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right. Motion passes. We also have the minutes from February 12th, 2026. Do I have a motion for approval?
Move approval.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right. Motion passes. We have 2 items today, both very important. I'm giving you that as a warning. We're going to have to get through both of them, and they both are very important, so please use your time wisely. We're going to start with a Sunrise St. Pete update. Specifically around the voluntary buyout program. We are joined by Aubrey Phillips.
And Aaron Fish.
Yes.
So we'll be giving an update on where we're at with program development. We'll start with sharing updates that we've made based on your feedback from the last time we presented to you in February. And then go into what the timeline and process looks like. So Aaron will talk through some of those pieces. So some of this is going to look familiar. We're going to highlight where there are differences. So again, this program is targeted to launch in spring or summer of 2026. It is right now described as being for residential and commercial property owners within city limits. It provides buyouts of homes that are in disaster risk reduction areas. The main change that we made based on the feedback that we got from you all at our last discussion was that those incentives for moving to lower risk areas. Those lower risk areas now include areas in the special flood hazard areas that are code compliant. So it's making it consistent with the direction that you all provided on some of the other Sunrise St. Pete programs and how we were defining lower risk areas across all of the programs. We'll talk in just a moment in greater detail on the disaster risk reduction areas. So right now, and what you had seen previously, is those disaster risk reduction areas are based on 3 criteria. Those block groups that are greater than 50% LMI households, are in FEMA flood hazard areas, and experience flooding from hurricanes Idalia or Helene. Part of the discussion we wanted to have with you today, based on some of the discussion we had last time, and then you all had a chance to dig in deeper into this map of that initial set of disaster risk reduction area recommendations, was whether we want to further refine that to just be limited to residential properties. So we do have parcel data that distinguishes whether a property is residential, commercial, or other, and so we could add that as to this list of criteria and further narrow this initial list of what properties are eligible to express interest in participating. And I have that map that we can pull up when we get into discussion. And then from a policy perspective, in terms of updates to what you all saw last time, we discussed having some retention incentive for retaining residents in the city of St. Petersburg. So we've recommended accommodating that by reducing that overall risk reduction to move to any area in Florida with a less risk of flooding, to set aside an additional retention of $5,000 if a resident chooses to stay in St. Petersburg. So in this scenario, if someone was purchasing a home in St. Petersburg in a lower risk area, they would qualify for the home purchase incentive, the $10,000 risk reduction incentive, and the community retention incentive, again, depending on their income and whether they qualify for each of those. And then Aaron's going to talk us through some of the process pieces of what this will look like. I know that was an area of questions that you all had, is how is this going to flow and when will this come back to you?
Sure, and good morning to the committee. This is a general workflow of how the buyout process would look like, starting with the outreach to the eligible folks who could participate in the program. That would result in some interest from those eligible folks or folks in those eligible areas, which would then ultimately be reviewed by staff to determine their eligibility. And then at that point, based on the feedback and based on the properties that are submitted, we would prioritize what areas the city would like to focus in the buyouts. Then that would lead into informing and engaging with these property owners to effectively give them the feedback on what the city's direction would be at that point, and on what areas the city's focusing in on. And then that's when the technical work would start, where some due diligence, appraisals, title review to determine if there's, well, number one, land value or property value, and if there's any encumbrances that might prevent the city from acquiring properties. And then that would ultimately lead into the offer for purchase, and then a contract on the properties, assuming that the parties could reach an agreement. Relocation assistance would then be a part of the workflow, and a closing would ultimately happen with a post-closing mitigation to occur to create open space out of these properties, and then the eligible folks would then have up to a year to use the safe housing incentives. So that's a general snapshot of how the workflow for the buyouts would work.
One thing I'd like to emphasize on this, and this is our last slide, and then we'd like to hear from you all, is on that prioritization piece. The intent here is that we have, these broadly defined disaster risk reduction areas based on criteria. That determines who is eligible to express interest and say, hey, I'd like to participate. From there, once we see who's interested in participating, because it's a voluntary program, we could further prioritize those interested properties based on the prioritization criteria that we discussed. Things like, are they severe repetitive loss or repetitive loss? Are they adjacent to existing city property? And the intent would be that that process is a staff initial prioritization, discussion with administration, and ultimately coming back to city council with that list of priorities. The intent there is that that gives us an opportunity, if priorities 1 through 14, again, we only have resources to purchase and buy out about 14 properties, that if something falls apart with those first 14, that we've got a prioritized list that we can keep moving ahead with the program.
All right. Committee members, we'll start with Councilmember Gabbard.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for bringing this piece of this back so quickly. I'm very excited to continue this conversation. I want to start with the disaster risk reduction areas, because that was a thing that I brought up last time that I really wanted to have a little bit deeper of an understanding on. And I apologize, I didn't match the two up in front of me right now. Were there any changes to the pink areas from the last map?
We don't have any recommended changes reflected
I didn't think
in the
so.
slides. I do have a live version of a map ready
that
I can pull up if we want to look at that, so that distinguishes what's residential versus commercial versus other uses.
Right. And I want to really hone in on District 2 and that pink area that is north of Gandy, because that area is primarily multifamily. And so I think where my skepticism comes in on the map is, are these the areas where we're going to actually be able to make an impact? I don't know, with only having 14 buyouts, I really think there needs to be more revision done to this map. I think it needs to really hone in a lot more. And I think that, there's an opportunity, and you can talk a little bit about, what that LMI criteria is again, but I really only see a couple of areas from knowing the city so well that I think that if we were to focus on residential, would even really get us to our goals of being able to increase our natural shoreline, things like that, right? Like, this has to be a much bigger piece of a whole picture about how we become a resilient city. And so I'm just concerned that if we send this out to all of these, are we kind of watering down the message, where if we could bring it in a little bit more and be more laser focused on some areas, that particular area, we're not going to get anything there. It's not going to happen. Those are multifamily properties. So I think that's kind of a waste of our time. I also, as it comes to residential, commercial, I want us to focus on single-family residential properties. There's only 14, right? So we're not going to be able to do large amounts of these, and I really think we're going to have a laser focus on the program. And then the last comment that I have just mirrors some of my concerns from last time, and I will continue to say that I do not want us using these funds for people to move outside of the city of St. Petersburg at all. I appreciate that you added the community retention piece of that. I want this to be an initiative that helps individuals stay in our city. There is a rental piece of this. I think that is very important. Obviously, home purchase being very important. I appreciate, being able to move within the coastal high hazard to homes that are more elevated and up out of harm's way. I just cannot support us allowing people to use these dollars to move out of our city. So I'll leave it there. Thank you, Chair.
Great. Councilmember Harding?
Thank you, Chair. Harvey, thank you very much for the work. I'll start with echoing what Councilmember Gabbard said. I can't draw the logic in us paying someone to move outside of what is. You're no longer a citizen of the city. Will you take a minute and define the eligibility piece?
So the eligibility, so unlike some of the other programs that we've briefed you on, where in order to qualify for any assistance, someone has to have that income qualification, this program is meeting that objective of serving low to moderate income areas by having those disaster risk reduction areas, i.e. where we're trying to build flood mitigation capacity, coinciding with neighborhoods that are 51% or greater low to moderate income. So because of that, a homeowner that is participating in voluntary buyout does not have to be low to moderate income in order to participate in the voluntary buyout program. We do have, though, income qualifications for the various incentives. So they would only qualify for the home purchase or the permanent rental assistance based on income. The risk reduction and community retention incentive have no income eligibility requirement. So those are the requirements in terms of income eligibility. Of course, we also have to make sure that we have clear title and things like that.
And to be clear, this is restricted to homesteaded properties?
We don't currently have any restriction on it being homesteaded properties.
So if I own it, it was my parents. I have my own house. It was but it
it's
fits
not
the
your
criteria.
primary residence.
Yep, and I'm renting it out, but now it's.
Right, we do not have that currently as a restriction.
Is that all right? Is that something we can talk about?
Absolutely.
I'd have to think about that a little bit more, but yeah, I'd have to think about that a little bit more. I've been trying to work through what the need would be and why the capital market wouldn't satisfy this on its own. So I assume that something like this, by design, it will be limited to folks who fall above the 51% or above the 50% range. Their house was damaged. Their insurance isn't going to cover it, and it's going to have to be torn down, that kind of thing. Do we have limits on it in that way? In other words, I'm trying to figure out if I need to get out of here, the capital market will work. And it might not be what I want, but someone's going to buy it at some dollar value. And if we are willing to buy it at that fair market value, what's the difference between us and the capital market? And why would we do it if the capital market was going to do it anyway? And that's an awful lot, but I'm trying to work through that.
Yeah, so the intent with a voluntary buyout program generally, and the way that we've designed this one, is that yes, while a property may be able to be purchased on the open market at fair market value, that then is potentially keeping that residential property as a residential property, versus whereas this program would be increasing the flood mitigation. So what it's doing for us is improving the flood mitigation resilience for neighborhoods that are low to moderate income by converting properties that were residential to open space. Now, certainly there are other ways to those properties could change hands and then be mitigated individually.
Yep, and I get that. My question is, for someone much smarter than me, is that those 14 properties, we purchase all of them, we knock them down, it becomes arable land. Is that, where's the economics in it? Is that $5 million enough to create enough arable land that it makes an actual difference? Or are we just keeping that one parcel from another house that ends up going on it that might flood, might not flood, or whatever? But that's my other question. If we go into a neighborhood and build a Denver park, that's a big deal. If we acquire just a parcel of land that a house was on, does that $5 million buy that word resiliency with a capital R?
So I think this speaks to some of the same concerns that Councilmember Gabbard was bringing up about being very strategic about which properties are acquired. And so I don't think, and our program guidelines are not written to where anybody envisions that the 14 are scattered throughout all of these pink areas. The intent is that the folks in the pink areas could express interest so we can start to see who is wanting, interested in participating potentially in the program. But then that prioritization process that we discussed that would come back to council would involve looking at, are they adjacent to one another? Are they repetitive loss, severe repetitive loss? Because we really only get the benefit for the community if we're getting multiple parcels together. A parcel here and there is really not going to move the needle in terms of that big R resiliency.
Okay, thank you. We acquire one of these properties. The plan is knock it down, make it arable, pull up everything that's non-permeable. Non-permeable, right? Did I get that? No. Yeah, non-permeable. Sorry, I haven't finished my coffee yet. And then who does it go to? Where will that reside? Will that go to Parks and Rec and become part of the park system? Will that?
That's certainly up for discussion. There would be an ongoing maintenance of that parcel, of course, the mowing. There are some parcels that would be similar to this that are under parks. Some are under real estate. That's certainly up for conversation of which department would oversee it.
Okay.
It could also be under public works, of course, too. If it falls under sort of flood mitigation.
And some of our discussion has been that will be dependent on which particular parcels it is, what, if they're next to a park, it doesn't make sense for it to be managed by Public Works. Or if it's next to stormwater, it probably makes sense for it to be managed by Public Works. But we kind of have to go through and identify what are the specific properties to have that discussion about who's.
Okay, so we haven't gotten that far yet.
Absolutely.
Got it. You guys have put a tremendous amount of work into the project. Thank you very much. And that answers all my questions. Thank you, Chair.
Great. Any other committee members? You know, go ahead, Councilmember Givens.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you so much, Aaron and Aubrey, for your hard work on this. For me, it's just very important that if we are going to do this, that we do it right. The way I see it is this is an opportunity for us to really make an impact. And if we're going to do it, I want to make the greatest impact with these resources because, as you know, they're few and far between. The incentive levels. How are those determined? Can you go into that a little bit? Because I noticed that we went up to 80% AMI for income eligibility for permanent rental and just trying to figure out why we didn't do 120.
So those have been based at looking at other similar programs that have been successful across the country. Certainly what works in other places may not be the right fit for us. So that's definitely something that if council feels like we need to adjust those income eligibility for the different incentives is something we can absolutely adjust.
That's good. I would like to see 120. I'd love to know my colleagues' feedback. But for me, I think there's a lot of residents who may be missing out on this opportunity because we stop at 80%. Also, community retention. That is something that I wanted to know a little bit more information about. How are we determining qualifications, or is that still being fleshed out? I know Councilmember Harding just kind of referenced this, but I want to make sure that those who need the help the most get the help. And if we can keep residents here in St. Pete, I want to focus on that, but the residents who need that help the most. So how are we fleshing out or determining who is eligible and who's not?
So because that retention incentive and the risk reduction incentive don't have income eligibility. So anyone who is voluntarily participating in the program would qualify for that. incentive to be able to stay in the community. As Aaron was talking through the process piece, that is post-closing. The homeowner has a year to identify a property that they want to move to, and then we process those safe housing incentives so that they get those resources directly.
Gotcha. And have we considered the long-term implications of these voluntary buyouts? I'm thinking about potential loss of property values. I'm thinking about the potential loss of tax revenues. Is this something that we've taken into consideration?
And I'm happy to have you speak to this as well. I think broadly speaking, we've considered what those, not running the numbers, but considered that would have some impact. Some of the thought process, though, being because it is intended to provide mitigation benefits to the surrounding neighborhoods, we should see some offset in property values in the surrounding properties increase associated with these buyouts. As well as, given that we're only looking at 14 properties, it also gives us a chance to see, is this a strategy that works for us? What are the actual implications, knowing that there's always going to be unintended consequences there.
And to my colleague's point, this is why I think we should be very strategic. I would hate to negatively impact those surrounding properties because we focus so heavily in one area. Although there may be one area that really needs that focus, I just want to make sure we're strategic about identifying which areas. And then lastly, with outreach, a lot of times we're very reactive when we launch these programs. So I'd like to be as proactive as possible. If we can work with FEMA or, I don't know, some sort of GIS program to sort of identify where these areas of interest are, that sort of helps us guide the conversation and figure out which areas we really should be reaching out to, because I'd love to work with neighborhood associations, business associations to really figure out where we can make the greatest impact. So thank you so much. Appreciate you. Thank you so much, Chair.
Councilmember Harding.
Thank you, Chair. I did have one last question. I apologize if it doesn't exactly fit in this. It's a big question. There are a certain number of houses out there, single-family residential, that are still stuck. They're probably not going to be redeveloped. They've gone above 51% damage, doing all they can, but the truth of the matter is that those houses are just going to rot and fall down at some point. Do we have an inventory of that, or do we know roughly, or do we have a way to track that? Or that might be a codes issue. That might be
I think if anybody had that, it would be
There we go.
Wonderful.
Sweet. I really didn't care about the answer, Joe. I just wanted to see you. Good morning.
Good morning. So yes, we do have a list of the substantially damaged properties, and that's certainly something we can collaborate with Aubrey and her team on to make sure we're targeting kind of the outreach like you're speaking to, Councilmember Givens, as well.
Any roundabout number, or is it 50? Is it 1,000?
I believe it's the last time was about 115. I think is what we were looking at. So.
Okay. I would imagine those are probably the people in the worst off condition. Those are the ones that are left with no option, or at least at this point in time, with this much time gone by, there's probably not a lot of options. So that would be an interesting group to target. Thank you, Joe. I appreciate that. Yes, sir.
Just real quick, I wanted to maybe go back and take it back a higher level. So obviously we start here, and to Councilmember Gabbard's point, there are areas there that realistically we're not going to be able to impact because there's so much multifamily. So we're looking at a really broad, we're looking at it from a macro level. Ultimately, if we could go in and figure out, okay, here are 14 houses that are adjacent to a stormwater asset, and that's what we want to acquire, that would be ideal, but this is voluntary. So what we're trying to do is get an understanding of who is interested in participating, and then seeing if we can piece together some contiguous lots that actually make sense and have an impact, so we're not just one here, one there. The other thing to consider, and I appreciate the committee's conversation on it, is as we add additional restrictions, because again, this is voluntary, and so making it homestead only, which that makes a lot of sense, but obviously that may take some people out of the eligibility process, or for example, requiring someone that in order to get this assistance, you must relocate in St. Petersburg. Again, makes total sense, but if the person looking to participate from personal reasons realizes that they can't stay in the city, and we say, well, now you can't participate, it just makes the pool smaller. So these are all decisions that we're happy to go through with you, but essentially right at this point we're at here is everything that's eligible, understanding that some of this is not realistic. As we narrow it down, we're trying to find 14 properties that are close together that would have a significant impact to resiliency. And that's going to be difficult when you have people coming in and out of the mix based on their own personal circumstances. Even changing the AMI, any of those things will impact the pool of people who may participate.
Understood. Thank you, Chair.
All right. Councilmember Driscoll.
Thank you. So thinking about multifamily, I know in most cases that is kind of beyond what we can do because we do have limited funds, limited number of properties we could look at doing buyouts for. But I can think of a couple of cases where we have small multifamily that was damaged quite a bit, that is adjacent to city property, park property, property that could be used for flood mitigation. It checks all of the boxes except for that single family home status. I would hate for us to miss an opportunity to have a meaningful impact as far as a public works project, for instance. But I'm not sure how we would go about. I see the challenges with doing that. Is there a path? Is there a way?
I think the scenario you've described with some of our thinking and keeping at this stage, the disaster risk reduction area is very broadly defined to allow us, as Administrator Corbett was saying, to see who's interested and see which acquisitions, which buyouts would really give the best benefit to the city, rather than trying to preemptively say, okay, here's the area or here's the specific people we want to engage with this, because it is that voluntary process. But yes, that was some of the thought process, that we'd start at a very broad level, very high level, broad eligibility to be able to express interest, but then we have to get down to that, what is the strategic best interest of the city?
Right. I think when you have your feet on the ground and your eyes on it, on some of these areas directly, you could see opportunity. And I would want to make sure that we're not canceling that out just because of the type of building that it is. Because we're trying to create a win-win here, and either expand park space, green space, or enhance the work of public works, or both. I mean, that was why we acquired the Salt Creek property, because it serves parks and public works. There's a multifamily just west of it that had a lot of problems, and I think still does. They're working on it. But that could be one that we might want to look at. You never know. I have no idea. I'm just making an example because it is an area. So I'm glad that we're not, I wouldn't want us to put all of that to the side and miss some opportunities like that. So just wanted to get some clarification. Thank you.
All right. Councilmember Gabbard.
Thank you, Chair. Briefly, could we get some additional information on these areas? Because I'm like, even zooming in on it on the backup online, it's very blurry as you zoom into it. And I was hoping, because they are such specific blocks, if there would be a way to draw a radius around one of those pink areas and just give council, here's how many residential, how many single family homes, how many multifamily, how many commercial, so that we have the data to understand kind of the scope of what we're even looking at within those areas. I think that could be helpful, and then we could all review that and then it come back again for a final conversation about kind of, okay, here's where we really see, because that is important, and I think that the more that you can, we don't have time to go through all of that today, but I want to kind of get in the weeds on it. So if I knew that this particular area, and the thing that just keeps coming to me is like, I think it's going to be really easy to rule out some of these areas. I mean, this little pink area between 5th Avenue North, right on the water, off of First, I mean, that's water, right? That's park. Like, that's not, I don't even know, like, I'd be really interested to see like what is actually in there that we think would even qualify. So, yeah, I would like that information if it would be possible to get that before we come back again. All right,
Sure.
thank you.
Chair, I don't know if I don't want to put Aubrey on the spot, but there was an area that we were looking at, just to Councilmember Gabbard's point, near Clam Bayou.
Yes,
where we
thank
got
you.
really deep into the woods. And so in this particular area, it's adjacent to parkland, it's adjacent to Public Works, and there's city-owned properties that are around it. So by us acquiring just a few properties, we're able to assimilate the land. Now, the thing that we don't know is how many of those individuals would be interested in participating. And do we have the layer? I know we had a layer that showed city-owned land. Do you have that here? And so it's the area right by the creek, Aubrey, that we were looking at. If you can kind of zoom into that.
It's at the golf course too.
Yeah, it's near the golf course. And so the city-owned land is not showing there, but there are several. Are those the dark parcels? Yeah. So they're a little difficult to see, but those darker parcels, those are all city-owned land.
The yellow.
Yeah. Okay, the yellow, and then you have creek there. Right across is the golf course. So if we were to acquire a few of those properties, we have this large area that we now control, and we can use that for mitigation for the creek. So that's an example of, we did get into the weeds on it. We didn't necessarily know how we would be able to do that in a conversation like today. But that is something that we looked at. And again, the only thing that I don't know is we're going to have to say, hey, we're interested in buying in this area, and then getting the response back from those residents.
And that's an area that participated in the Resilient St. Pete Action Plan. So we know those neighbors, we've worked with them already, they're engaged with the city, and that's also an area of one of the projects that we're looking at for the 25 million for the infrastructure. See how that all comes together? So yes, exactly what you just said, James, is where we need to get with this 14. It's only 14, right? So, all right, thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you for all that info, and specifically thank you for zooming in on this right here. It's hard for me, at least, to imagine what this looks like. I can imagine where we've done other properties adjacent to parkland. We've done at least one recently that sticks out of my mind. But like seeing something like this, you know, I can imagine like a significant amount of mitigation being done in this area if we were to have a good number of homes turn into mitigation property, especially around a creek. Like you can see how stormwater drainage areas would be really beneficial here. So this makes it a lot more tangible. So all I would say, because my colleagues covered everything, is that whatever amount of detail you can provide like this in the future just makes my life easier, and I assume that a lot of my colleagues would agree. But I don't have anything else. Did you have anything specific feedback that you wanted from us that you don't feel like you got?
I think we got an excellent amount of feedback today to help us. We do have, and I think we've shared with you all previously, we have a deadline to post the program guidelines for this program as one of our housing programs by March 21st. So we'll take the feedback we heard today to finalize those program guidelines for publishing. But that's part of, we want to be careful that in the program guidelines, we don't end up painting the city into a corner that doesn't match up with city council's direction. So the feedback you've given today will help us to thread that needle, and we can always go back and revisit the program guidelines.
Okay. Thank you very much then. I don't see anyone else requesting to speak, so thank you very much for the presentation. All right, we'll move on to our second new business item for the day, the expansion of Jamestown Apartments for Affordable Housing. It's a continued discussion, and I'll let Aaron take it away.
Well, good morning. Aaron Fish, Real Estate and Property Management Director. This is a conversation focused on 9 parcels of infill lots that are a part of the overall parcel of Jamestown, which also includes Unity Park and a parcel that is part of the actual Jamestown apartment complex. In 1982, City Council approved a community redevelopment plan for the area around Jamestown, the current Jamestown Affordable Housing Complex. And part of that plan, there was a buffer area requirement where the city acquired these 9 infill lots. And these are located between 12th Lane North and 15th Street South and between 4th Avenue North and Burlington Avenue. In 1984, voters approved a referendum to incorporate Parks and Waterfront map in the charter and limit the disposition of parcels on the map. And on that map, a composite parcel identified collectively as Jamestown, which is parcel 33, composes of Unity Park, the adjacent green space within Jamestown, and these 9 infill lots. Collectively, Unity Park and Jamestown are approximately 3.5 acres, and the city infill lots are about 1.7 acres. This is an illustration of the 1982 redevelopment plan with Phase 2B shown on this plan, which contains the 9 infill lots. This next illustration is an overlay of the 1982 plan map and the Parks and Waterfront map that was established in 1984. This illustration shows the 9 infill lots west of Jamestown that are highlighted in yellow, and the green lots are Unity Park and the parcel that is in between the Jamestown apartments. This illustration shows and identifies parcels A through D, which are single-family size lots that would be appropriate for the inclusion into the affordable lot disposition program should these parcels be removed from the map. These are ground level shots of what these parcels look like today. And then this illustration shows the larger parcels labeled 1 through 5, which would support multifamily development. With the zoning change to NSM2, approximately 37 total units could be built utilizing these lots. These are ground shots of those larger parcels. Currently, the city infill lots aren't needed for the buffer purposes as contemplated by the 1982 plan, which expired after a 30-year period in June of 2012. The infill lots are not needed for or used for park purposes or park-like purposes as envisioned by the 1984 Charter Park and Waterfront map. After sitting vacant for more than 40 years, these infill lots should be integrated into the adjacent neighborhood and used for single and multifamily residential housing purposes with an affordable housing component. Use for housing purposes will eliminate the need for city resources to continue taking care of the maintenance on these properties as we've been doing for the past 40 years. The recommendation is to hold charter amendment referendum to change the definition of the Jamestown parcel number 33 on the map by removing only the 9 city infill lots, and which would result in Unity Park and the open space around Jamestown remaining on the map. A change of zoning and future land use would be implemented to match the surrounding neighborhood. Change would result in suburban multifamily NSM2 with a residential high land use. There's parallel paths for development on these lots. The smaller lots, as mentioned before, could be included in the affordable lot disposition program for single-family development. And the larger lots, the city would issue an RFP to develop multifamily. This is an example of ballot language that could be used for the removal of these 9 parcels from the Parks and Waterfront map. And the timing of this is to get this on the November 2026 ballot, we would need to finalize a draft ordinance in April and prepare the 35-day notice to mail to the residents within 200 yards affected by this. And June, July would be the general time frame for an approval of an ordinance to put the ballot language on the ballot at the November election. The necessary land use changes must be independent of and subsequent to the referendum process under state law. And with that, I welcome any questions.
And if I will, just at a high level, you all probably recall, we started this conversation a while back, and it started with potentially expanding Jamestown. So expanding Jamestown proper into the larger area that is shown here on the map. And after conversation with Mike Jeffries and legal, we realized that that would be a more involved conversation and really understanding how to best go about that. But what we did find in doing the research is these 9 lots that are not being used for park space. When you see the pictures, they don't look like park. And we've even heard since then, because there's development in the area and this neighborhood association is becoming active, that there's illegal dumping, there's other issues that are happening on these lots. So we realized that this was a fairly simple way to take the 9 lots that are not being used as park, put them into a program where they could be quickly utilized for workforce and affordable housing. Again, we still have the park, and I'm sure Brett will talk about this more. We still have to clear up the thing with the old parks maps and other things. But this really speaks to our goals to make more affordable housing available. We can do it fairly quickly. And with the larger parcels through an RFP, we would be able to dictate the terms of what we want to see. So we've already heard from council, that certain AMI, we want a long-term affordability period, if not permanent affordability. So we'd be able to accomplish all of that through this referendum once it became city-owned property and not restricted to be park space in name only. And so with that out.
I will go Councilmember Harding.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for your work on this. Just to be clear for those listening, if we were to go forward with this, this is not the plan is not for the city to own this land and build housing on it. This is something that we would offer up to a Habitat for Humanity kind of situation.
The plan currently is for the city to make these lots available for workforce and affordable housing, yes.
Okay. The larger green part, especially around Jamestown, sorry, a little bit off topic, but I'd like to discuss it just for a second. That is, and I'm sure it was great at the time. Now it's not the highest and best use. It's 76 units on what is 9 or 10 acres, and I agree. It makes sense for us to do something that is simple for now, and do better for the city with these lots that aren't working. But what's the thought? And you said there's been some debate. What's the thought on what is the Jamestown proper property that's zoned 2 different ways and part of its park?
I mean, at this point, we're finishing up renovations for the Jamestown proper, the apartments that the city owns. We're finishing up the renovations on the last units there. Our plan right now is to continue to maintain those as affordable units. We can have an additional conversation with potential expansion, but right now, for the Jamestown, as we know, of the actual apartment units, is to continue to maintain those as city-owned affordable housing.
Okay, and I get it, but I would like to at some point in time, and I'll come find you, but I would like to talk about that. That is an awful lot of space for 76 units. I think there's a possibility to do more with it. And I'll reserve that for later. I would assume in the process that rezoning that's part 2. We restrict that to if and when the referendum passes, then we go back and rezone it. Okay,
that's correct.
And so, Chair, would it be appropriate for me to move this discussion to the council? Or how does
I'm not sure if you were looking for action today or.
Well, legal was kind enough to provide us some draft language, so I think we're ready to move it to council with an ordinance and draft language for the referendum, pending feedback from the committee. But if that is the direction of the committee, a motion to do so would certainly be helpful.
You wanted to add something?
Sure. At this point, this is technically a charter referendum amendment, so it would require a full ordinance adopted through in 2 meetings. Just for illustration, we talk about the map a lot. I actually brought a copy of the map. I thought I didn't have it, but I actually do have it. Shannon did a reveal. So this is a 1999 version that I've never seen before, but he let me know all the story.
Never just.
Never destroyed. This is the 1984 map in its full splotchy glory. And so we did previously do some version of this. The Overwater Municipal Pier does not look like this anymore. So before the opening of the new safety pier, we did a little bit of tweaking to say that the 10-year lease limitation applies to whatever overwater structure is there, not the rectangle in the water. On the map, this would take this one step further. This would change the definition of map from this piece of paper created in 1984 to this piece of paper as supplemented by some textual changes. And the textual changes, one, we would move over what we did for the pier, and then we would add something new to be the legal description for those two green parcels, which are within the Jamestown plat. The other 9 parcels are not even within the Jamestown plat, and in fact, the legal description, there are some very small numbers that you won't see that are referred to on the map. They're legal footnotes. I didn't know they existed until I found a paper copy hanging by a string behind Aaron's map when I was meeting with his predecessor. That legal description, one of the lots, it's supposed to describe these 11 parcels. One of the items on that legal description doesn't even exist. So this is long-term, yes, we need to replace this with something that is new and has been checked from top to bottom. But at least for now, this would be a textual amendment. So you've seen some draft ballot language. We could come back to committee with the whole version of all of this so that you could see it. It would be the ballot language plus the textual change I just described, plus some legislative findings. Or if the committee is comfortable with the concept here and the ballot language here, we could go straight to first reading with and the first time the full ordinance would be seen would be at City Council. The other thing I'll note, because this is Park and Waterfront, this requires the 35-day notice of first reading to be sent to residents and owners within 200 yards of the affected parcel, which would be all the yellow and green. Aaron's team does a great job drawing a 200-yard bubble around all of this and then finding all the residents and owners. It takes about a month to prepare that, and then obviously a 35-day notice of first reading. We then wait 35 days. So that would be the next step. So much as at EWD a few weeks ago, the fastest path forward would be a motion to request administration and legal to begin preparing that 35-day notice and then bring a charter referendum ordinance to council for first reading.
And that was my thought, Chair. If the subcommittee is good with it, we're going to run into some hard dates pretty soon.
Mm-hmm.
So that was my thought.
Do you want to make that motion?
I do want to make that motion. I would like to make the motion of exactly what Brett said.
Okay. All right. Councilmember Driscoll?
Thank you. And I agree. I'm nervous already about the timing and making sure that these referendums get on the ballot in time. You never know what might happen. Something might get hung up. We've seen things happen before. This is extremely important. I'm excited about how this has evolved since I originally brought forward the new business item long ago. I think we've landed in a really great place. One of the concerns that I have is it's always touchy when you ask our residents to approve the removal of park space. Immediately their mind goes to what they think of as our traditional parks, not this. How do we make sure that the voters know exactly what we're talking about? Because if they see this, we're going to be successful. But if this is left to the imagination, taking away park space is something that is a difficult hill to climb. What can we do to make sure that voters have the correct information?
So I think I know the answer to this, but I would ask legal, are we able to provide a visual of where the parcels are to show what we're talking about?
So while this is in the legislative process, so that this 35-day notice for voters, I don't know exactly what it's going to say, but I do know I plan to attach a copy of this to the notice so that everyone getting it in this 200-yard bubble will see this. I plan to incorporate this as an exhibit to the ordinance or something like it. In terms of outreach, while this is still pending as legislation, we can engage in proactive outreach. We can we can push out information to anyone in the city we want. We can spend city dollars to do that. Once this is placed on the ballot, it becomes a ballot question. Once that ordinance has been approved and goes into effect, and Florida Statutes 106, 113 prohibits the spending of city funds to initiate communication about this unless an exception applies. So we can hold, some of those exceptions involve, you can hold forums where if people come, you can get information. We can put this information on the website where people can get it. Other groups in the community we can't ask the community, pay someone to do something we cannot do with our own money, but if we make that sort of information available and people then unilaterally take it and distribute it using their own funds and their own efforts and resources, they can do that. So there are some things we can do. Social media doesn't cost money in most cases to push things through our channel, so that's an area that we may be able to do some proactive communication that doesn't incur any additional funding, which is the thing that the statute prohibits. So we have options, but the greatest flexibility is now. Once this becomes a ballot question, then our options are limited. So I hope that answers your question.
But we would take the opportunity now to do a large push. I think that once people understand, and if we're able to effectively communicate what we're talking about and our plan for it, Administrator Jeffries is not here, but some of the park proponents contacted him about this concern, and when he explained it to them what we were looking at, they were completely fine with it. So I think we'll just have to make sure we do a good job of communicating what these are, even showing in that period where we can talk about it, showing the lot. So you can see in some of the pictures, it's literally just a lot between two homes. This is not park space. So we will make sure that we take the time that we have now to really communicate what this is, but also explain that it's not taking away parkland. We're not taking away places where people go to enjoy the park.
Yeah, and is it possible to, just an idea, to put signage on each of those lots saying this could be the future home of affordable housing? Anything, I'm thinking about how we put a sign up when there's a South St. Pete CRA capital project that's being done or development that's being done. This is partly funded by South St. Pete CRA.
That's
anything like that could communicate so that if someone was driving by and saying, oh, this is where that, ballot initiative is, and
that's something that we can think about. I think the paradigmatic thing that we all think of when we think of voter education about a referendum question is penny for Pinellas. This law was changed after Penny Round 4 was approved, so a lot of the things that you remember about the big push at the county and municipal levels throughout Pinellas County to inform voters of these are all the things that voting for this will allow it to fund, a lot of that is going to be off the table now.
Okay.
So, but that's an interesting question, and that's something that I'm happy to work with administration to look at and whether or not it can be done and how it can be done.
Okay, thank you. This image alone is very effective. I think it's also important to make sure that voters know that these parcels will be used for affordable housing. One of the reasons I'm excited about this is that although it doesn't expand Jamestown, it's still in the same spirit of that, but it can be done in unique ways that are going to fit well with the rest of the neighborhood. So it's great. But we want to make sure that there also is clarity around what will be built there. It's not luxury high-rise condos. It's affordable housing. So I think that messaging is really important as well. And that's all I have. Thank you, Chair.
All right, Councilmember Goppard.
I think that's probably my only question. I'm supportive of how we move forward from here. Thank you for making the motion, because I do think time is of the essence on a lot of these things. But the language that's here in the backup, that last line, potential sale of those lots for new housing, comma, including affordable housing. I almost wonder, and Brett, can we be much more definitive on that? Can we say those lots for new, affordable, and workforce housing? I mean, is that something? Because, I mean, even, I think there's a secret sauce, too, about how we say the words affordable housing, too, right? Because I think that adding in workforce, there's an entire other part of the electorate that would be more amenable to workforce over affordable. And so I want to be clear that, you know, this is our target for this. And if you have people who don't want the luxury, then if you say for new housing, including affordable housing, they might be skeptical. Right. So I'm just trying to think of all the different voter mentality that might ultimately, because what people don't understand, the statistics say the answer is no.
Right.
And we want to lay this out to be very clear about what we want to do with this.
No, thank you for that question. No, this is, and if we could go back to go to the ballot language slide. Yeah, as veterans of this know, state law gives us 15 words in the title and 75 words in the summary, and that's it. And it goes real fast.
Yeah.
It as you can see here, it takes most of that just to explain on a basic nuts and bolts level what is the transaction going on here. Right. So, as you know, our office, our default is to try to provide flexibility, and so the including affordable housing would still, there's got to be some, but it also would leave open the ability if the best proposal that came in had some market rate component to make the numbers pencil out for something that would be much better for overall, it would still leave the flexibility for some. But if you want to close the door to that, that could be done, and we can bring variations if you want. I see James interested in speaking.
Councilmember Gabbard, Aaron and I had this exact conversation, and I appreciate Brett drafting the language for flexibility, but we don't need the flexibility.
No.
It's our intent that it would be workforce and affordable.
Yeah.
So if we just took from 4 and said workforce or affordable housing, period, that keeps you within the word count.
Yeah.
And we would be comfortable with that, because it is our full intention that these will be for workforce and affordable purposes only.
Is the motion that we have specific to the language that's here? I mean, we don't have a draft ordinance in front of us specifically, so would there need to be an amendment to the motion?
I mean, it was to bring forth an ordinance reflecting today's discussion.
Right.
I'm happy to if that's where this discussion lands today, then that's what I'll bring when I actually take the language from this slide and bring it with in its package as a full ordinance.
Okay.
So I think the affordable and workforce housing will still stay within the word counts.
Okay. Thank you, Chair.
All right, Councilmember Givens.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to add that I do agree with Councilmember Gabbard. I think we can include the word workforce, primarily because I want us to get ahead of the curve here, or ahead of the ball, excuse me. If there's any way for us to combat the NIMBYism before it even starts, like that's going to be a legal challenge. That's going to be one of those things that could derail this project. And so if we could overly communicate what we are anticipating seeing there at that site to the residents and the stakeholders, to me, I think that really helps us solidify the argument as to why we need those new housing units here at this site. So I just think it's important to start identifying those allies early on, and we would hate for residents and neighbors to try to oppose this in any way. So I am fully in support of this. I'm excited to see it happen, but I would like to see the language amended. Thank you.
Great. Okay. I'll want to jump back to something Councilmember Harding said, because I'm not sure it was clear based off the conversation you and I had earlier this week. We don't know exactly how these parcels are going to be handled after the referendum. It's vague here, potential sale. So Councilmember Harding mentioned like these will not be city owned and operated like Jamestown. But I don't think that that's a clear decision made yet.
So the plan right now, as we stand, is that we would put the 4 lots in the lot disposition program, and they would be disposed of using that current program. For the 5 larger lots, the plan would be to do an RFP where we would specify criteria for AMI, for affordability period, things of that nature, and we would seek proposals. With the understanding that we're not going to respond to our own RFP. It's unlikely that it would be city-owned, but so that's the plan. That's what we're planning, is to do an RFP for the 5 larger lots, provide criteria on what we would want to see in a response, and then make a selection for a developer or developers to do those lots.
I'm gonna go back to where the conversation started. It was about expanding Jamestown and Unity Park. And then we shifted to these parcels for obvious reasons. But as far as the multifamily is concerned, I see no reason why we couldn't have it as an expansion of Jamestown. It's just across the street in some areas. And so I don't see why we couldn't do that. I don't see why we couldn't issue an RFP to ask a developer or an architect and builder to just develop the property while we maintain our ownership and control of it. And so, and you know, there's all sorts of ways we could finance it then through the revenue generation that'll be seen down the line. So if that's not contemplated as a part of this, I'm not going to support it. I don't think I can successfully motivate people to take city land and put it into private hands. I would not be supportive of putting that on the ballot. So unless there can be some opportunity for that in the future, then I think you're going to have to do this without me, and with me advising people not to support it as well.
I think there's absolutely an opportunity. I think in the slides previously, Aaron mentioned that whatever we bring forward ultimately would have to be approved by council. So we could bring in RFP for someone to construct in the city-owned. We can bring RFP for someone to develop and manage. And ultimately, that's going to be based on the feedback we get from council. So I will say that that is absolutely a possibility. I would just, in my mind, initially, I was thinking of construct and manage, but I'm not going to preclude or eliminate the possibility of having someone construct and be owned.
Okay, I appreciate that. Yeah, I mean, obviously, I wouldn't want us to bid on trying to build it ourselves at this time because we don't have that kind of expertise. But I'm happy to hear you say that that's not absolutely not within the realm of possibility. I'm still cautious, and I'd be willing to move it forward today based off of what you just said. But I'm going to continue to push in that direction because I think what's so special about Jamestown is that we have control over it and can decide its future within ourselves completely. And so I want to see that set as a standard and an example, and I don't see a reason why this can't. This is a really good opportunity to do that kind of thing.
Absolutely.
All right. Yeah, Councilmember Driscoll.
Is there anything in the ballot language that would preclude the city from developing on its own if it chose to? It doesn't look like it.
That's one of the reasons I put potential sale in there, is to
So it leaves it open for that, that conversation. And I like having that flexibility. It also creates flexibility for at least some of the parcels to become home ownership opportunities. So I see both sides of this, and I'm really glad that this allows the city to move forward with this if it passes in a way that best suits the needs of the community and what our housing goals are going forward. So it doesn't lock us in, and I like that. And Committee Chair Floyd, I'm happy that you are still going to be around. I know that you are still going to be around to continue to advocate for that. So I'm counting on you.
Thanks. Yeah, I appreciate that. And just to be clear, the single-family lots, I understand, the lot disposition program seems to be the logical place for that. I was just speaking about the multifamily lots. And in that vein as well, I pulled up the zoning map while we were in here, and it had I understood why you were going with neighborhood suburban multifamily. I wonder if like cleaning up that whole area might be a good idea, because it's just an interesting map is what I would say for zoning. It's not the most logical thing. There's corridor commercial around it as well, and industrial. And I don't know. I mean, is it contemplated that we would just focus on these lots, or is there an opportunity to go a little bit broader than that?
I think it's contemplated that we would focus on these lots. I'd have to talk to Derek about the
Yeah.
process of doing a wholesale change to the area generally. And I know some of that stuff is legacy. Some of the
Yeah.
zoning is just old stuff that needs to be updated. I wouldn't want to slow this down for that, but certainly we want to clean it up. But to go back to your other point, and I think the beauty of this language with the change to have workforce and affordable housing, the only thing that it requires us to do is make sure that it's workforce or affordable housing. We can own it, we can sell it, we can develop it and keep it, we can have someone develop it and manage it. All of those are possibilities as long as the end user is a workforce or affordable owner. So there is nothing that would prevent us from doing what you're describing, and the language doesn't stop that. We're really just limiting ourselves to workforce and affordable and taking it out of the charter park.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And I see that from the language. I was just trying to make sure that I articulated my position before, like, we started down a path with one thing set in our minds. And so I appreciate that, and I see that the language is clear. And I also don't want to slow anything down over the zoning as well. I was just mentioning it because it's just sort of an interesting area, like, especially you zoom out a little bit and suddenly you realize, like, why is there just this large chunk of suburban zoning in our, like within what appears to be a lot of downtown area? I don't know I don't want to get into all that because that's probably a much larger discussion, but it's just an interesting area is all I was getting at. Yeah, and there might be opportunities outside of just these parcels as well.
Changes are being considered. I can't tell you exactly where we are, but many people have brought up this point. And we are looking into right sizing the zoning and making it make sense to where it is and how it should be used.
Okay. All right, easy enough. Okay, with all that, then I feel comfortable, though I'm going to continue that advocacy as time goes on, and show administration and my colleagues the many fiscal reasons why I think that's often a better choice. The ownership model I'm describing is often a better choice fiscally for us. So with that, and I don't see any of my colleagues requesting to speak, we'll do a voice vote. So all those in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, motion passes. We'll have this discussion upstairs next. That ends our business our new business for today. But yes, go ahead, Councilmember Gabbard.
In the sunshine, I wanted to give you an update. So on number 11, which is the ULI study for the historic gas plant, I've continued to work on that, and administration has been doing the same ever since the resolution was passed. And we would be prepared to bring that to this committee as quickly as we can. I said it earlier, time is of the essence on something else. So certainly on this particular topic, it is as well. And so I know that, our next meeting is April 9th. So if it, is really up to you, if you wanted us to bring that, we would be prepared to.
Thank you. Yeah, we've been trying to find out if that was ready, and so I'm glad to hear that. Yeah, I think that's a possibility right now. I'm
Okay.
quite
I'll keep
confident.
working towards that goal then.
Okay, sounds good.
All right. Thank you.
All right, seeing no further requests to speak, our next meeting is April 9th. We'll call today's HLUT meeting adjourned.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
District 3 spans parts of eastern and northeastern St. Pete. Bordered to the east by Tampa Bay, it's a slice of everything that makes St. Pete special. Vibrant neighborhoods, convenient city amenities, and abundant access to nature. Hi, I'm Mike Harding, your City Council member for District 3. Here in District 3, we have 18 parks, including Shore Acres Mini Park, where I'm standing today. From intimate neighborhood spaces, like this one, to larger destinations like Fossil Park, there's something for everyone. Want to visit Willis S. Johns Rec Center? Got it. Pickleball courts? Absolutely. Skate park? Check. And yes, there's a pool too. We're also home to the newest rec center in the city, Shore Acres Rec Center, with 6 swimming pool lanes, 2 diving boards, and spaces for community gatherings. It's become a central hub for the neighborhood. Looking for golf lessons or just a place to hit a bucket of balls? Visit Mangrove Bay Golf Course, where you'll find a full pro shop and the Cypress Links Par 3 course right next door. But what I love most about District 3 are the neighborhoods. I grew up right here in Shore Acres, spending my grass cutting money at an arcade and pizza joint where LCC's middle school campus now stands. Shore Acres is a tranquil waterfront community. Like its neighbor Snell Isle, it's just 5 minutes from the buzz of downtown, but feels worlds apart. Drive 5 minutes west and you'll wind through the hilly, tree-lined streets of Allendale. Hard to believe you're still in St. Pete. District 3 is also packed with amenities. We've got a boat ramp, 2 fire stations, a library, a water plant, a brush site, and 25 bridges. Sports organizations like Northeast Little League and the St. Pete Raiders Soccer Club are woven into our community. And yes, you'll find me refereeing youth soccer on the weekends. That's what District 3 is all about. Family-friendly neighborhoods, plenty of outdoor space, and top-notch city services. It's where I grew up, and it's where my wife and I raise our daughters today.
Pablo Mardones. I'm the owner of the Chrome Factory here in St. Pete.
I'm Angie Gray. I am the assistant right-hand woman of Pablo.
Yeah. Me and my friend Felipe, we opened this store together. We had this idea of, like, we were kind of tired working like our corporate jobs, you know, although life was very like stable and all that. We wanted just to have something like of our own and kind of like work a little bit more like the life-work balance, you know, in our favor. So we decided to open a restaurant. We are in 57, the corner of 57 and Central. So like we are 1 block away from the Sunrunner, which is pretty cool too. Like before we opened, like we didn't know this was gonna happen. We have a stop right here, like less than a block away, and so we are very close to the beach, but not too far from downtown.
I actually quit my corporate job and wanted something more like local, family-friendly, work-life balance, as you said. I submitted my resume to the Crumb Factory, and not even 10 minutes later, Pablo got back to me and was like, "Hey, come in for an interview."
We produce everything here in-house, like...
And you can watch us do it.
Yeah.
People just enjoy coming here and like being part of like this little family local
Yeah, I think we have been very well received.
It's really like kind of laid back. It's not like your stereotypical coffee shop where like people come to work or people come to like sit on their computers all day. Like we do have some customers that do that, but for the most part, everyone's here like they want to socialize. We get a lot of regulars, and yeah, like everyone loves bread, everyone loves pastries. So yeah, it's great. I've even been out and about in St. Pete, and people have been talking about like the Crumb Factory, and I'm like, I work there. Like, I'm like, this is so exciting.
That's one of my goals. Like I want to be a place that people associate the Crumb Factory with St. Pete. You know, so it's definitely important for us to be really part of the city.
PCCA, Gibbs High, was high school that was invented because initially black people didn't go much beyond the 6th or 7th grade. and they created it. And then they put this performing arts magnet there. And I remember the first time I went there, just the art in the hallways that was from students, very sophisticated. And I thought, who wouldn't want a job there teaching motivated, talented young people? And obviously you were called because you taught. How long did you teach at Gibbs?
I believe I taught for 9 years, 8 or 9 years. Yeah, a long time. I think teaching at PCCA for those years made me a better artist. Working with young artists and inspiring young artists. But beyond the inspiration, teaching them how to coexist as artists in the community. They did not seek artists who were teachers. First, you didn't have to have a teaching degree to work in the magnet.
I didn't know that.
No, they wanted you to be an artist first. So you came with your artist degree or your art, and then from there, once you were inside, because I didn't have a teaching degree, once you were inside, once you got hired, then they put you through, Pinellas County School District has a phenomenal program so that you could get your teaching license. They wanted all of their educators to be working in the community so that their students had the opportunity to network and with the community members so that it strengthens the school and it also strengthens the community. And I think that was very important. I think it's a pivotal part of the program. I think it's a thing that makes it successful. And then not just the community as in St. Pete or the Southeast region, but our national community too. Because so many of our artists, visual and performing artists, have gone on to do great things. Broadway, LA, and beyond, tours, all those things, yeah.